European sales, as you mentioned, to the downside in a pretty big way, right back to session lows at this point. New tie-up between Amazon and Google to talk about, both Amazon and Alphabet looking a little bit weak here to start things off this morning. Alphabet trying to bounce, but below the lows from not only the last day last week, but going back to the middle of last week, there was some key levels that came into play there as well. It's crazy how fast this year has gone by. Absolutely crazy. Here we are, December 1st.
It's the job, Brendo.
I know, the last month of the year here.
It makes everything go by so much quicker. We're always so headline-based, I feel, right? What's the next thing? As Obi likes to say, what's the next trade? I also want to bring your attention, guys, to oil. So USO down right now, but oil bumping back near that $60 mark as obviously belligerencies possibly in South America start to brew with the weekend there. Donald Trump putting a tweet or whatever they call them, truth, that the airspace over Venezuela should be considered closed. A lot of people assuming that's going to be a pretext to some war or some sort of engagement, Brendo.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Here's IBIT just popping up in front of me on the screen here as well, back to the upside a little bit as we kick off the equity session anyways. Here at 8 o'clock, remember, brand new start time gives us so much more opportunity to talk about not only what's happening on the economic calendar throughout the day, but also earnings coming up. There are actually a few notable names reporting this week. Salesforce, one of those I saw on the calendar this week. We'll get that over the next couple of days here. There's a few in the morning that we can touch on in the pre-market as well. But brand new week, last month of the year, guys. Happy Monday.
That's right. Last month of the year, December is upon us. And hi-ho silver, because
we're going up today.
At least this is up today. A 1.5 fresh highs on Friday. So congratulations if you're in the metals. The NASDAQ right now, it's not looking too good, but blame that on crypto as actual physical hard assets looking pretty good here. Like, I'm going to like this one for a long today. Just have to look where the momentum is going to be, right? So you're starting off this month, pretty much everything on my quote board is in the red. You save for a couple of metals here, the VIX, Boeing with the Airbus news, that'll be good for them. But unfortunately, it's because Bitcoin tagged 85. And that's just how it is. So you look at your quote board, things like BMNR, yikes, down 6%. Already talked about strategy, not looking too good. But hey, December, Christmas is around the corner. Bill's got the dub. We'll take it. So in a good mood to start this week.
Yeah, let me know what you guys are trading. I'm putting it in the chat here today. Good point there on silver. Nice to see that all the way up. It's going to be a rough day for names like Robinhood today, SoFi, some of these Webull probably as well, as we watch out for crypto bleeding. I mean, it was just at 84.9 or so. Nice little move higher right there for BTC coming into the day. If we just type in here Bitcoin, you'll be able to see what this chart looks like. But yeah, welcome back everybody. We're now starting at 8 a.m. So if you're just joining us now wondering what's going on, this is an everyday thing right now. So you join us every day and we'll have some fun for you. The whole crew is here, so we're getting excited. Joe's here. I'll talk some options plays very soon. But yeah, Bitcoin 92.5, man. It just got up to that ledge there on Friday and fell back in the last couple of days there. As we talked about, we could talk about the yen. People think that there's some sort of liquidation happening over there. But yeah, I don't know, man. The talk of Bitcoin potentially heading lower here seems to be the start of the week, and what we're doing over at Trader TV Live now is focused on, will crypto hold in between the 76 to 80,000? We do have scheduled today Kevin O'Leary to come through around 10:30. So he has a new company, BitZero. He wants to talk about that. We could talk about where he sees that crypto space moving, or where the crypto space moving forward there in his new venture coming through. So that should be fun with Kevin in and around 10:30. So join us then. But yeah, I don't know. It's looking like we have a little bit of a bleed, happening here in some of the space. And NVIDIA even got downgraded today, and there's been a few other things happening. This bouncing off that 180, so that's not great. I thought today we'd come in and maybe see it continue its little rally there. We had, remember, 3 of the last 4 days, NVIDIA was up, but it covers that all and looks like it wants to go lower. So I'd say today definitely feeling the short. Like, I don't know what everybody else is looking for right there. But yeah, gold and silver seems to be the upside, and then the short seems to be in the crypto space, and then anything anything sort of attached to this AI trade right now. Micron's lower. They're building a new plant, so that cost gets added up here. So I actually have them written on the note here. And I think a lot of the sticky note stuff, it's still pretty early. Like, it's even 8 o'clock, so we still have an hour and a half to go. You know, the market coming back in here to start the month is not great. We finally did have that red month last month there on the broader market. So that's not a good start here for this month. But we'll see heading into Christmas. I mean, some of the retail spaces I think is where you could hide for now too. You know, Walmart breaking out at all-time highs today as we start, right? So they're up zeros right now, looking like they've taken it out already. So that's starting to creep a little bit. So that's Walmart, a good look. ANF, AEO, some of these other names here on Cyber Monday. I don't know. I didn't do too much Black Friday shopping. Get anything done there? I couldn't.
I mean, outside of
what did I buy?
Some gifts, like it's all
gifts,
Christmas shopping, right? Like it's a good time to maybe find a deal if you already knew what you're gonna pick up. So like shopping for like nephews, yeah, it kind of just nothing crazy. Like I couldn't find anything that I really wanted myself. So it's what it is. Like
my son got new winter boots.
There you go.
He's only a size 14 now. He's 13 years old.
Well, you buy new ones next year again too.
Crazy. I told him, you better stop growing those feet, man. And then we had steak last night, so it's like, God, he's gonna grow even more. Yeah, size 14. I couldn't believe it. I was like, just wear mine. So yeah, it'd be fun. We'll have Kevin come through here. We'll talk about those questions. If you have anything for Kevin in the chat, should be good. But you guys behind us managed to buy anything there for Black Friday or anything on your mind here for Cyber Monday, Sharif and Brendo?
I traditionally do all of my holiday shopping on Black Friday and Cyber Monday.
What'd you get?
Nice.
Everything.
Okay.
A lot.
A lot.
So yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah,
You're loaded up.
I was actually impressed at how, even with the increased volume that they would have had over Friday and then again on Monday, like the speed at which things get processed.
Fantastic. Yeah.
I mean, I bought a couple of things and the email was in my inbox by the time I closed the page saying your item has shipped.
Wait.
Yeah, so it's crazy how efficient Amazon is. So yeah, no, it was great. You?
You know how I do though. I'm always scouring Facebook Marketplace as well as a local one we have here called Kijiji. So Brendo, I'm doing my Black Friday all year round. So
I like it. Here's Amazon. Speaking of, just rolling over a little bit here to the downside. New AWS Google Cloud interconnect deal.
Yeah.
Sounds fancy. It's a cloud deal between the two. We'll see. I mean, the market not reacting terribly well to this already this morning. Both Google and Amazon kind of looking the same here.
It's an interesting tie-up. Two companies you didn't think maybe would be collaborating because they're directly competing, Brendo, especially with Google Cloud really starting to pick up pace here. And AWS, well, it picked up pace last earnings report, but prior to that, it had been a bit of a laggard. So they jointly unveiled a new multi-cloud network. It's designed to kind of let customers create private high-speed links between AWS, of course, and Google Cloud. It's supposed to be quick, and it's going to be available, according to the companies, within weeks. It's targeting enterprise demand for high reliability connectivity, so we'll have to see how that does. But it's really in focus here because you recall back on the 20th of October, we had an AWS outage. So it's nice to see, not relying on one cloud service only, Brendo. And we know, obviously, there was the other outage as well from the CME back on Friday. So the less reliance on one institution we have, the better.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to have a problem with trading futures, Friday, the holiday day is probably a good day to do so.
Yeah.
It didn't seem to amount to anything. I mean, they got it going by 8:30. Everything was fine. Here is Rivian, notably weak here this morning to the downside after a big day on Friday to the holiday. But RJ's doing some selling. 17,450 shares, according to a filing on Friday, coming out of the holdings of CEO RJ Scaron. So pretty good couple of days, or at least a week or so here, guys, for Rivian giving back some today.
Yeah, where's Randy at? It was a good day. Well, Thursday. Well,
yeah, they had a great run.
Thursday was a good day as well, so I was able to. Oh, sorry, Wednesday. I should say was a good day as well. If I say Thursday, you already know that I mean Wednesday. But it was trend up. But a lot of it, we talk about this a lot, like when it comes to the holidays. Sometimes that first push is pretty much all you get. The fact that it held up and just sat there consolidating is usually a pretty good sign. Don't like the weakness that you see today in Rivian, though. Down that 2 points, it just kind of further confirms when you look at the daily chart, what are you going to do except for sell between 17 and 18 bucks on Rivian? You know, like it's been a while, a very, very long while since Rivian has been able to break out of this. It's chilling. You buy it in the low, 10 to 12 area. You get to 17, 18, you turn it around, and then it heads back down. And there hasn't been a close above $8 since, what is that, June of last year. So yeah, not looking like this breakout is imminently going to make another step. But I think whenever it gets above 19, like this is exactly one of those stocks where you set that alert. When it gets above 19, then you got some serious room to try to rally. So I don't know if we're going to start it today with the weakness that we already see. And that's not where my head is going to be at. Like the long I like today is probably going to be in silver, unless we can get reversions somewhere. It's not going to be Rivian, but wait for the day that 19 closes above. It's been an underrated, I suppose, steady swing. You could just keep going over and over again off the $10 to $12 area. But at some point, you want more than it just going $5 or $6, 40. You want this to actually break out because, heck, it's supposed to be. Like, this is supposed to be one of those, hey, we're going to get our rate cuts, risk to reward can favor a big catch up here, and it just has been a little bit disappointing not breaking that 19.
What's up, Bill's Camp in the chat wants to know about NVIDIA, but right now we're doing GM right here. I mean, GM is basically flat. I mean, yeah, there's no volume here today, only 1.5 thousand shares, but yeah, just being dip bought, so if there was any sort of opportunity, their current PE is just 7, underneath 7 right now. So, if you want to get your money into some sort of a value play here, no dividend, but GM, I think, is a great name in this space. We always talk about, the Rivians and the Teslas of the world, but, this year it's been really a great year for these two companies, both Ford and GM, as the legacy names start to kick off. I mean, regardless of how many recalls that they had this year, or that Randy always talks about, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the performance of this stock was $10 at the beginning of the year. It's now $13.20. So you got 32% to the upside rate here on Ford. Now, it's been doing nothing for 25, 30 years, but this year it's been nice. So I would say watch out for this to either break 14 or potentially lose this 50-period moving average as Ford in a little bit of, I don't want to say problems here, but trying to hit that high. BYDDF, just going back over to the OTC markets here for BYD. We always talk about, the China dominance of EVs and all this kind of stuff and how cheap. Oh yeah, that's right. We got to adjust that split, but it hasn't been a good ride for BYD either, right? So BYD coming to the downside. If anything, one of the strongest names there. We just talked about Tesla or GM and Ford, but what about Tesla in the EV space? The name that we all love to talk about and love to trade around here. This is actually holding out pretty good when you look at this compared to that BYD. We can actually call up Toyota Motors as well. Ford, as I said, was having a problem with some of the highs, and so is Tesla here, near that 460 to 470 area. We'll see if we can eventually break through and tick through this 480. And nice again, what a great 3-day battle back for many, many names. And this just right up into its 50-period moving average again at 430. So worth watching out there for Tesla, see if we can get going today. But I'm feeling a little negative on the day here. So I don't think we'll be looking for longs on Tesla, but if it does give us a little dip dance, I think we could for some buys there in Tesla. The level's been like 418-ish. That held here and had a nice little weekly top before finally breaking through that. So maybe 418 to 420 here on Tesla could be something. So that's another one there. But yeah, Rivian had a great couple days, and nice to see them bounce back. It's just too expensive for me. Plus the car is too expensive. The stock seems to be too expensive off that little run. And if you like a stock like this, especially one that's not making any money in this environment, look, the Fed rate cuts can happen in next week. So that should help out Rivian. It should help out maybe the cars, but much better to wait. No point in buying the stock when it's at the highs. You better to wait until we dip down a little bit. So out of all of the stock in here, I think GM, the one that I think has the chance to run the most with Tesla. So I would much rather be in GM than in Rivian right now, and Tesla than all of them. So that's kind of my thing there. Yeah, MSTR is a problem. Yeah,
all of those are a problem, not just MSTR.
This is down to 170 right now. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, I mean, this is that couple good days in the market. Oh, this might show as well. This is a couple good days in the market. Yeah, well, there goes Bitcoin. So we're going to have to be very, very careful with MSTR and BMNR and all these other names here today. I think very, very slippery slope for crypto. I think there's a lot of people losing. I was talking about this about a month ago in that crypto burb. One of the biggest bulls that we've ever had on the show, crypto-wise, was tweeting that he's out of the game now. And he might have absolutely, I don't know if he top ticked or what, but that was very, very unique to read. And now you're seeing, what an epic collapse here in the last month and a half for crypto. I mean, it was 125, 128, down to 86. Like people are, were worried that the NASDAQ was falling down here. This is, Bitcoin's definitely hitting here. So we'll have to see if it can find its balance. What was it, 82 or so, I think? Was as low as we got to before.
Oh, it bounced pretty much exactly off of 80, but the prior lows were in the 70s.
There was 84 or so, one of like the closing candle there in the destruction. But yeah, there was 80,500 or so. So we'll have to wait to see if this little get up here that has to do with tariffs in April, those levels need to hold. But if it doesn't, it doesn't, right? And then you, as mentioned here, even the 70s, it's even below the 70s. Really, the support is like between 60 to 65. I could see us getting down into the 60s there for crypto.
Well, it's interesting.
Lose, yeah.
It's interesting to use the word destruction. In 2022, it went from 70 down to
20?
What do we call it, 16 or so? Yeah. So like this is not for Bitcoin. This is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. And then you go back to 2018, it went from like the 20,000 fail, and then that recent low was 3,000. So that lost 80%, 80-something percent. The other move was maybe not quite as crazy, like 70 down to 16. But you're still, like in that particular case, like you're going to end up losing like 75% off the highs. So 80 in 2018, 75 in 2022. Yeah, this ain't no destruction.
The only problem with it is, Neil, the climate is so changed for Bitcoin, right? Like basically no institutional money in it, none of these ETFs. You had nothing. Now the problem is you're getting it absolutely clobbered when there's actually money in this. So that's, to me, is like, that's where I'm worried. It's much different game. Obviously now Bitcoin is a way different landscape in 2025 than it was even in 2022.
That doesn't worry me. I mean, ultimately, like I think what it does do in a certain sense is like you might have like you're gonna have more of liquidations because you have a lot more leverage out there at the end of the day, and that's like that's the double-edged sword. But at the same time, the same reason why I don't think these like people thinking it's going to millions really rapidly. I don't think that's very likely either. So like I just feel as if you're going to go into a situation where the chances of it going 70, 80% down are a little bit lower. Now that being said, if Saylor, for whatever reason, and I'm not saying he would, but like just say if there ever was that type of liquidation, that would be a different story. But like leverage, like I said, leverage is a double-edged sword, right? So I don't think we're in those moments where we're going to get that type of pullback, barring something crazy happening in the economy. The way I see it is like if we go into some kind of black swan event, with the NASDAQ or just in the global economy, that could be a bit of a different story. But at that point, you're not worried. You're worried about other things. So, at the end of the day, shout out to BTCC. Every time I see that, I'm like, Jaren Jackson, MSU, baby. Most people don't realize that's Triple J, former Defensive Player of the Year for Memphis. Went to Michigan State. I'm a Michigan State fan, so every time I see it, got to give a shout out to that boy. Although, I don't want to jinx it. They're actually looking very good this year.
Who?
MSU.
Oh, MSU.
MSU. Okay. Yeah, when you get your brackets out for next year, let's just say you might want to include them in the at least the Elite Eight. I'm not saying they're going to win the championship because I kind of say that every single year. Like I say, the Bills will win the championship every single year. But yeah, for crypto, for me, short term, I still think we're headed to the 70s. That just makes sense. So I think we can see that at some point this month. I think we see the 73 to 75 range. If that doesn't hold, then we'll see what Saylor does.
Right, there we go. So we got a 20% drawdown here being called for crypto. We'll see, man. If that happens, I think it is a buy the dip situation. So you heard it here first. 20% down for crypto, and then we bounce. So we'll see. BMNR and Ethereum may be a different story together. We'll see some of these altcoins getting hit here. So there it is, man. Aggressive call. I like it, Neil.
It's not aggressive. I've been saying low 70s.
No, I'm saying 20% down in a month is a pretty aggressive call, isn't it? I think.
It's not 20%.
Well, it's
$10?
16,
12.
Low 70s. Yeah, it's close enough. Let's give it 17%. All right, Joe. We've got options calls. You got anything on crypto over there, my guy?
No. Well, we're trying to avoid some of the crypto talk right now because you can see that it is not performing relatively well. But what we do have is some mega cap tech names. And at the top of the list, guys, sorry, I can't see myself, so I don't even know if I was on the screen here. So NVDA is going to be at the top of the list. Yes, that is correct. Expiring this Friday, December 5th at that $100 strike price. It does look like we're running into some supply zones, guys, with open interest at that specific level around 43,300 contracts and then 73,800 contracts traded on the Friday session. Now, as for Amazon as well, too, guys, sitting around 18,200 contracts with volume around 24,000 at that $235 strike price. Once again, expiring this Friday. And as for Microsoft, guys, open interest sitting around 7,050 contracts and the volume around 1,680 at that $500 strike price. So keep an eye out for those levels to potentially come into play and run into some supply zones. Now, as for the call of the day, guys, we're going to be looking at Tesla at that $435 strike price expiring this Friday with open interest sitting around 6,490 and then the volume around 12,100. But as for the bid and ask, not horrible, right? You're sitting on 13, isn't completely bad in the world of options, especially when they are valued at $7 and roughly around $8. But the delta, guys, you can see that it's a slightly out of the money strike price, so that is going to be around $438. So not too bad whatsoever. And then the gamma as well, too, guys, relatively light. One thing to note, I think, is the at the money IV. Super cool for Tesla, 40.8%, guys.
Great look there on Tesla. And I want to shout out, we got Adam James with a super chat in here very quickly. If we can get, oh, I don't have, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Assassino. QTTB, one for Sharif and Joseph. If you're wondering, that's because it's a small capper. What do we have for deets? It's up a bunch, 8% short float, but that's not the score. 3.4% float, or sorry, 3.4 million float. So relatively small float, 8% of it is short. You're going to find Q32 on the watch list, so check it out. It is all the way to the bottom. We got a phase two complement inhibitor. Yeah, okay, yada, pharma up there for sure. But they might earn up to $600 million in milestone payments, so that's going to be a big deal anytime you have a company this small. Holding VWAP pretty well is QTTB, and obviously, well, I got to zoom in so you can see so you can actually see some of these levels. But it is breaking out some pretty key levels. Go all the way back to the beginning of the year. You had $4 resistance then, you had $4 resistance in the middle of the year, and then you had $4 resistance in October, and all breaking that as we speak. And some breaking news here. NVIDIA takes a $2 billion stake in Synopsys with expanded computing power partnership. Probably not going to move NVIDIA very much.
What is Synopsys? SNP? Is it?
No. What is
Yes.
Is it SNP?
No, man. SNPS. There it is. So I actually got it right there. Synopsys there, 415 up to 450. So don't know anything about that, but obviously a $400 stock is there it goes back up to the upside. So another name that was beat up over the last little while, there goes down to 380. And, sometimes you don't need to look far, right, to find a spot which will bounce. Could have been, and again, on such a random name on a random story there, just boom, and right back up. So I think this is the thing about technical analysis. If you can find a stock that has some sort of a story with it and comes right into these levels, I mean, obviously not a great earnings call there or something, but a nice move there for Synopsys getting going there, up 7%. So maybe there is some kind of a life jacket or whatever thrown here to some of these names. And there goes NVIDIA making that move upside. But that Synopsys move looks like it happened around 8 o'clock there. So this NVIDIA move is just sort of happening right now. Remember, these are all dark pool prints that come through. So it's not like NVIDIA got a huge bump and fell back in there. So you gotta be careful with all of that. But yeah, there it goes. Looks like the market's starting to come back just a little bit here on the broader market of it. This is AMD, but of course in Germany. Okay, that doesn't make much sense. Let's go over there. Must be some sort of an ADR or some sort of GDR, Germany Depository Receipt, but they're 213, so AMD not heading higher there like NVDA is. And then, you know, the big one from last week is Broadcom. Broadcom took out all-time highs, got above that 400 mark for a minute, and now is trying to get back some today as well. Some of these names right now in the chip space not overly healthy, right? And we talked about that Google Amazon lockup. That's not really happening or helping out either one of these names as they get back into the cloud. But this is actually okay. Google only down 0.82. We're going to figure out what exactly is going to be in this trade list here today. I like the Micron short, and then as we get Michael coming up here, then we'll figure out some more stocks to trade as I get a second slow down and look at some of these stories again. But yeah, that QTTB, a small counter today to match with, you know, what's always moving around open door. We see if that's near 7 again. Waiting to see if that comes through as well. So
give it a day.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. We are back at 8 o'clock now, every single day. So make sure you do join us every day at 8 o'clock. We have the rundowns. We have our guests coming through very soon with Michael. We have the analysis. We have some plays there.
Get the upgrades, downgrades.
Yeah, upgrades, downgrades coming through as well pretty soon. So we had Sia there on Friday, which did a great, fantastic job. Really proud of her. I don't see her around today, but she'll be popping in when she can. So really, really happy with the way that all went out. And then I just saw CrowdStrike. I think that's another good space, man. Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, some of that Zscaler reported last week. So, and yeah, what's up, Jet Free? Jesus is long physical silver. So I don't know if that's Jesus or who's long silver right now. But yeah, hi-ho cowboy right here as silver just keeps on trucking to the high side, as does gold, man. I mean, we actually a little bit of gold in the account there at GLD actually at 375. We're really happy with the way this one's been performing. We did have to hold this a little bit against ourselves. We bought it on the way back in and came back into 360. Didn't get the dip buy that we wanted. But you know, happy to be into gold that is starting to head a little upside there. And I actually just checked the portfolio and we're back to near highs now. So it's been good. We have to watch out for NVIDIA potentially coming back in to ruin the old portfolio. But for now, it's good, and we'll look short. I'm looking short here today anyways. All right, we can go back over to the desk. I think we're moments away, hopefully, from having Michael and see what he wants to talk about. Probably monthly closing candles and things
that would
like
be the
that.
guess. And good. I want to, before we go out there, shout out to W74X in the chat, mentioning that dollar yen has tanked a little bit. You know, the last time we had these issues, it did cause a little bit of a dipsy-do, but yeah, dollar yen catching a little bit of a fade, and nothing too crazy. Ignore our system. You're not going to see the percentage move, but obviously USD yen, something that we should watch. And in the chat, there is, like, Powell is speaking today, but it's not till 8 o'clock. So he's speaking after market. We'll get those and then maybe trade on it tomorrow. So yeah, Fed is speaking, but it is going to be, well, Powell's speaking, but it's going to be a little bit later. We do have, I believe there was, let me just double check. I thought we had somebody else. No, it's just Powell. Just Powell at 8. So there's no other Fed speakers today except for Powell after market. Let's get up to the desk. Got lots to go over. 8:30 only. This is when we'd be starting. You wouldn't have gotten that QTTB already. We wouldn't have that synopsis story necessarily. Now we're chilling, locked and loaded, ready to go.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for any other comments that come through today. The last couple of weeks, at least, there's nothing on the calendar, and then all of a sudden, everyone has something to say. So it wouldn't surprise me one bit if somebody did have something to say today on the economic side, but nothing right now. Here is, I was just looking at this gold. This is a weekly chart. Just 2 and change off the highs right now for gold. Just an absolute monster run back. Last week, however, I mean, it was a holiday week, but last week, very, very low volume on that move back higher. Although impressive. We'll see where that ends up. I was just noticing there was a couple of analyst moves that came out there as we were talking about gold. Amazon was one of them. Oppenheimer raising their price target to 305 from 290 on Amazon. Broadcom as well. Bank of America Global Research raising their price objective to 460 from 400 on Broadcom today. And then it was actually a positive note on DraftKings from JP Morgan, which seems unlikely, but DKNG not doing a heck of a lot here this morning. Anyways, another one that's had a pretty good couple of days.
Yeah, not bad, Brendo. It was an aggressive sell-off to begin the year, as we've seen sort of Polymarket and Kalshi take a little bit of their steam, and we've also seen some regulatory headwinds for these guys, higher tax in certain jurisdictions, as well as having to give up their license in Nevada in order to be able to actually offer some different products outside of Nevada. We're specifically talking about FanDuel and DraftKings, who had to actually forego some of their licenses there. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But it's been in a pretty aggressive sell-off for DKNG. Year to date, let's just see where they're down year to date. They're down not too bad, 12%, not definitely a little bit less than what I expected given the sell-off as of late. We'll have to see if it can reclaim sort of that technical level at around 35.
I was reading a note on the weekend. I want to go back and find that somewhere. It was just crazy stats specifically about Black Friday and the percentage of not only individual stocks that end the day higher on Black percentage of time the overall market also ends the day high. And it's astronomically high. Like everyone is in a turkey coma and comes off the back of, seeing family, everyone's in a good mood, had a really good meal. And it was just astronomically high. I'll try and...
There was an aggressive buyout towards the end on Friday. I don't know if you really noticed. I mean, we are dilly-dallying maybe a little low or something like that. Then it was quite an aggressive buy to kind of fulfill the prophecy, so to speak, as we were just talking about.
I don't want to throw a number at it, but I think it was like something like 75% or higher. 75% of the time or higher, Black Friday specifically is a positive day. Michael Noss going to join us and yes, indeed, talk a little bit about monthly charts, his favorite day of the year. We say goodbye to November and start off December. I'm just trying to wake up, so we'll get to him in a minute.
Maybe when they have
he's not starting at 8 a.m. like us, I guess. No.
We go get the prediction markets going and say, like, what time will Michael be ready?
Yes.
Look, you could bet on pretty much everything else, whether it's, and just to jump back for DraftKings for a second. Look, I understand, I know Shreve said it's been a rough year for DraftKings. I get it. It's actually, it hasn't been good. No questions asked. But it really hasn't been that bad, especially if you look at the end of last week. For Kings, like that is the higher low, bit of a trend test here. I'll do this for you. So if you draw a trend line, that's maybe not the best trend line. It doesn't really matter. It's good enough to show you the point that it's simply broken the trend from that fail in September. And then you get the 30 break, continuation the following day above 32. All we need to do is take out that 50 period moving average here at about 33.5. Maybe not the craziest stock in terms of, there's not a lot of volume and volatility in it, but you get that close above the 50. And this is one that it's already made a bit of a recovery. Now, each time it's had some big days, there's been like some consolidative days in there, and it hasn't really had one yet on this most recent move. So I suspect you could have consolidation here with DraftKings before it takes out that 50 moving average. But it hasn't been bad. This has now broken a bit of a downward trend for DKNG. And speak the name, and he shall arrive. The NOS boss is in tow.
We found him, yeah. We appreciate him jumping on early this morning. Good to see you as always, Michael Noss. Happy December. It's crazy to even final trading month of the year, your favorite day of the year.
Yes, absolutely my favorite day of the year because we get new monthly charts. So there's another theme. There always seems to be a theme with these monthly charts. We'll start with the SPY, but it's important, I think, to do this. And I say this every time. Day trader, your short-term swing trader, I think it's fantastic to take a step back, again, once a month, build a list of ETFs and just go through them. It takes like 10 minutes once a month and gets you a really good bird's eye view, I think, of what's happening in the markets.
As far as, I just ran through all the brought with you today, as far as the overall theme of late, it's been a little cautious, maybe a little bit even on the negative side of things. I dare say these charts tell a different story. Am I wrong?
Yeah, and I think the main story, I'll just get out of the way, but I'll show you the evidence in a second, is that it's not just AI, right? If you're looking at under the hoods, where it's all we hear about in the news is, this is AI, this is only 7 stocks going up and all of that, but go these monthly charts, to me, they tell a little bit of a different story. So I put them in a specific order for you guys to try to help with this. And this is the S&P 500. And, for a while there, that candle obviously looked good because we were at the bottom of that wick. And then we came back during the holiday week, as we all know. But, so we're up. Technically, we were up last month, very, very slightly, but technically we were up last month. So that makes now 7 months up straight in a row, which is pretty wild. However, still a red candle, so maybe the beginning of a little bit of a back and fill or sideways consolidation. But this next chart is interesting to me. And this is XLK. So the S&P 500, I've talked about before. The three major sectors that make up over half of your S&P 500 are your XLK, and this is technology. So this is your NVIDIAs and Apples and all of that. XLF, which is financials, and XLV, which is healthcare. And XLK or technologies was actually down, and you could look at you see the same thing if you just bring up the QQQ, also down this month, which again, it's rotation, and this is what we want this bull market's going to continue. Is that this is telling us that they've sold a little bit of technology, but yet the S&P 500 remained good and closing at highs. So I think these other charts will kind of explain why. So this next chart is the RSP. I talk about this all the time, but this is the same names that are in the S&P 500, just equally weighted instead of cap weighted. So it's no longer a big cap tech or a big tech index, and S&P 500 is. This is just an equal weighted version of what the largest names in the market are doing. And nice little breakout after a month rest, and to me this looks like potentially the beginning of a breakout if we stick the landing here. So this is a good representation of what is the average large cap stock doing, not necessarily what are just the biggest names that move the S&P 500 doing. And RSP, yeah, it looks great here. Next one here is IWM. So this is your small caps. There's 2,000 names in this ETF, and they're all your little guys, your regional banks, your small biotechs, your ma and pa kind of shops. And I zoomed out a little bit on this one just to show that, yes, still up. Again, the S&P 500 was barely up. Tech was actually down and still up a little bit this month, and just trying to break out of this range. This chart goes back to 2021, where we've attempted this 240 level a couple times, and looks like now maybe with this kind of hammer candle, we're trying to stick to landing. Obviously, we need more data here. This next chart is XLF. So here's your financials. So financials green on the month. Haven't really broken out yet, haven't really continued. So again, with tech down, we're seeing financials up, we're seeing the average large cap stock up, we're seeing the average small cap stock up. And that just overall super interesting to show potentially, again, rotation under the hood. Maybe we're selling tech names, maybe we're going to more value names. You could call it growth versus value debate, whatever you want to look at it. But quickly before we went, I thought it would be good to look at the cryptocurrency space as well. So we have Bitcoin here. It feels, and this is why I love monthly charts, because it feels kind of disastrous in the moment, and you're reading articles about Bitcoin crashing and all of that. But when you look at this monthly chart, it's like, okay, we just haven't really made it out of that range that we've been in for a period of time. And it looks like we may be trying to retest the 7,500 level or something. I think I took this last night. I think we're at 8,600 or so now. But it doesn't, when you zoom out, it doesn't feel as bad. The primary uptrend that you're seeing here still isn't even broken. We're just having a pullback in an overall uptrend. If you're zoomed in, it feels obviously a little bit worse. And last but not least is Ethereum. And Ethereum to me is very interesting because you're now down 3 months in a row. Again, this chart is zoomed out going back to 2021. This 5,000 area has been a bit of a brick wall. And if we ever get up and through it, this doesn't feel overextended or bubbly to me in any way, shape, or form. It looks like we're just pulling back. And I know these are very wide ranges because they're long-term charts, but I just look at this chart and say, hey, if we're above like 1,500 or 1,200 in Ethereum, we're still just technically bouncing around in this range. So the main theme that I'm just seeing is a little bit of let's take some profit in tech, let's rotate it into other things, also take some profit in Ethereum and Bitcoin, the whole crypto space, and rotate to other things. And for the overall bull market, I think all of this is a very good, very healthy sign.
As we say month over month here, when we sit here and go through this side, it's always great to zoom out, get a bigger perspective of the overall move and what's happening. Yes, as you mentioned, these are massive, massive ranges on both Bitcoin and Ethereum. But as you said, it kind of makes you feel a little bit better anyways, that it's come down, better part of $50,000, but, overall technically still within that high and low. I wanted to zoom back out to, I remember, I think it was spring, you and I were on here talking about the fact that in order for this rally that at the time, was coming off the back of the sell-off in April, and then we had 2 or 3 months back to the upside. In order for this rally to continue, we were going to need to see some rotation and need to see other parts of the market. At the time, it was all tech, it was all NVIDIA, it was all about, you know, the big seven. We're starting to actually see that now, and those charts give you the confidence in that.
Yeah, and I think the reason you need to see it is because it all depends what happens when people take profits. And, you know, I've been guys through bull and bear markets, and in bear markets, I always say, you know, the laggards or the leaders will get pulled down with the laggards, because what's happening is people are taking and they start taking profits in bear markets, and they move those profits into cash, or they move them into bonds or defensive assets or things like this, because they're overall worried about the economy in the long run, and therefore the strength of the stock market in bull markets. The reason we say rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market is because if you're still excited about the health of the market and you just made a whole bunch of money in Nvidia or Microsoft or whatever it is, you are not taking that money and moving it to a defensive asset. You're taking that money and you're saying, okay, what areas of the market do I think I can invest in? Because you're still bullish, you're just probably a little bit too overweight the things that have run so far. So the fact that we're seeing things like healthcare and financials and all of these things hold up and kind of take the baton in this market, that's why why it's so important that this is the lifeblood of a bull market, is because I don't want to see, if I saw tech go down and like bonds rip, to me that's more of people are getting defensive. In this case, they're looking for opportunity on the stock market. They're just looking for different areas that they're not already super overweighted in.
Which makes it even more important to zoom out, as we said, and get a bigger perspective of what's going on, as the narrative that we've over the past few weeks and months has been all about, you know, valuations are too high, tech's too expensive, you know, the overall market's going to crash, yada, yada, yada. So very, very good point. You and I have had many discussions about the Santa Claus rally and going into the end of the year, what to expect. Maybe we can touch on that coming up here, you know, in the next couple of days or so. But in your mind, just from where we stand right now, is there something that really jumps off the page at you as could actually lead that Santa Claus rally?
Well, it's funny. I was actually, before this, I was reading my Stock Traders Almanac, and that's what, you know, they're going after for this month. And yeah, what's interesting to me is that there's the Santa Claus rally, and again, I'll come and I'll bring all of the specifics because this is something that gets so wrong. Just quickly, it's the last 5 trading days of the year and the next, I think, 3 into next year or something like that. So still a little bit to go there, but definitely something I'll cover very soon. But on top of that, there's something that's generally called the January effect. And the idea here that small caps generally outperform large caps near the end of this current year and the beginning of the next year. And I think that has a lot to do with kind of tax reasons. So people sell all of their small caps, the stock, do well this year in order to generate tax losses. And then in the beginning of next year, they start buying those names back and buying the names that are interesting back. And we just saw the IWM 2, after 5 years, break out into new highs. Those two things combined make me really, really interested in looking into the small cap area, just to see, they're more fun to trade. I think I've said that a bunch of times. I love, you know, your more explosive moves in the small caps than you will in the large caps. And if we're going to get this rotation and this seasonality holds true, it could be time for them to shine again after 5 years of doing nothing.
Great stuff. Yeah, very, very interesting time and ahead of what's to come next week with the Fed as well, on the back of interest rates and small caps too. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Michael Noss, best of luck today. Thanks for this.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Michael. And rotation. Always be sure to rotate your tires as well. An important thing. It's just
I think that's important. Yeah.
It really is. It's one of those.
I don't do that enough, that's for sure.
You know, my pops gets. My pops, it's one of the things he gets on me for like the little things. You know, you done your oil change, you unify, blah blah, you rotate your tires, like all that kind of stuff. It's just, you know, the lifeblood of healthy living. No, but the rotation in the markets. Look, I like that XLF. What needs to actually happen for XLF, and just to go back to one of the things Mike was saying, like where is some of the money rotating? We talked a lot about healthcare recently and how strong that's been, but you look overall to financials, they've been just chilling out in a rut for 5 months now. Like 51 to 54 on this XLF, and every time it's attempted to make the breakaway, I mean, recently, the last time we got up here, close that 50 period, immediately rejected. But it looks a little bit better. Like today, we actually have a chance to get multiple closes over the 50 period, which has not happened since October, or since before October. And I think that could lead to the potential run, hopefully, to get this break in XLL. Because I'd say it's been a little bit of a disappointment for XLL. Yeah, I get it, it's strong. It's actually not that very far from the highs, but it's been filling out in this on the verge of breaking away. And I think, look, I feel like this is, at least this month, we have a decent chance to get to that high. So I'm not going to be thinking longs in it yet because I want to get that secondary close over the 50 period, and then you make the rally. Let's see if there's any upgrades and downgrades that could help us along the way.
What's going on? Let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here. At the top of the list, we have Toast, slightly positive on the session, up just a little bit under 1% here, guys, with a price target raised to $40. And then we also have Bank United by Jefferies Financial, slightly positive. You're down roughly 0.6%, with their price target being raised to $55. And then Unity as well, too, guys. You're up about 0.25%. Price target being raised to $48. And then as for the downgrade side, we're going from an outperform to a market perform. On Zscaler, you're down 1%, and Sanford C. Bernstein is giving that downgrade, guys. Joby Aviation as well, too. Goldman Sachs lowering that price target to $10. You're down 4.5% in the pre-market session. And then Archer Aviation as well, too, guys, getting the downgrade, lowering that price target to $11. It is negative 2.8% in the morning by Goldman Sachs as well, too, guys.
And boo, Zscaler.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, I heard Sharif. Which one were you booing, Sharif? Oh, Joby.
Chiefs and Joby, I think.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Joby's had a good run, of course.
But boo Zscaler. This is not good. It's really not good. Like after earnings, you get the loss of the 200 period moving average and making some fresh lows in here. Now you've had to wait it out when you're looking at any of the dip buys in some of the cybersecurity names. We saw that with Palo Alto on their earnings. A couple of, well, not last earnings, but the earnings before that. They dropped for 3 days in a row, and then it was a week or so before catching a bit. But this feels a bit different. Like Zscaler's not making money yet, so valuations are a bit of a concern in the entire cybersecurity space. But this is one where it doesn't seem like it's caught any kind of a bid post-earnings. Like you've made a fresh low every day since the report, catch another downgrade. It opens under 250 now. So this one is a very much wait and see. I think it's going to be, look, it's a huge level if it gets down into like the teens, like the two teens, like 210, 215. But this is almost like one of those short till it's not. Like that 3-day rule still hasn't managed to solidify itself here with Zscaler. And it's distinctly, I'd say it's distinctly different from a CrowdStrike or a Palo Alto in terms of quality, right? Like those are names that, you know, you can say all you want about the valuation, but in terms of their profitability or ability to earn a profit, just a bit of, not looking too good for Zscaler. It might only be down 1%, but the daily looking pretty weak.
Yeah, I'll just talk about, I mean, Sharif was just looking at, well, we were all looking at Joby there. And yeah, just a name that it's performed well, but I take that back, not really recently. We did have a good little move up there in the last week or so off of 13. And yeah, this is coming into, again, a good level. Like if this is going to be somewhere where we're going to start to get long here as, you know, aviation and just a little bit of a, you know, buying a relatively new, you know, in early stages here with Joby. So, you know, this 1150 is the 200 period moving average. You know, we haven't even come close to it since we broke it when it was, you know, a little wee one down here, $4, $5, $6. And it really had a huge move this year, right? So if you're in earlier at some point and you're sub $10 having life here on Joby. But watch out, I think these are good areas. We've seen the dip down in here a couple times back in September and then again just now. So they were downgraded. So that's going to maybe an opportunity to think between, you know, 10 to 12 here on Joby. Looks like a decent buy. They did have some sort of a tie-up with Elon and some Tesla news there over the last couple of weeks, I believe, as well. So, yeah, watch out for Joby there. And the other one, Archer, ACHR, was another one, Archer Aviation. So do the research, pick which one you like. I mean, both of them have been hit quite aggressively back in. This one looks like it's probably broke the 200 period. Yeah, easily right there down into $7 Archer. So a couple different names to look at in this space, Joby and Archer. I actually like them both. I think that these are interesting, areas of potential growth. If you're looking for high growth names that may benefit from interest rate cuts. I mean, both of these names will be similar to that Russell that Michael was talking about there, looking for lower cuts. So yeah, I think it could be someone in the chat there. What's up to JC there? Could be a disappointing open. Yeah, we'll see. Right now the NASDAQ is underneath VWAP, and yeah, we have to see about this. I mean, look, we were panicking because we were at 25,000 not too long ago, right? So the fact that you're at 25.2, 25.3, much better than where we were last week. And yeah, giving back what we did on Thursday. Thursday was closed. What we did on Friday here today. So yeah, it might be the sticky notes coming up momentarily, but I pretty much only have. Oh, yeah, I only have shorts. I'll tell you what it is in a while. AHMH,
No,
yeah, whatever that is.
I'm chuckling at the name of this company. Ambitions Enterprise
Well, you gotta be
Management
ambitious.
Co.
You gotta be-
Why not? Even find a story for this one here, everybody. But I saw in the chat a few people mentioned KC's in the chat mentioning a AHMA. So yeah, still. Yeah, I'm still not really seeing anything. Let's see the details on this bad boy. 2.8 million float, that tracks. They're a media company. So there you go. It's a 2.8 million float media company. Can't find the news on it, but it's already done 6.5 million shares pre-market. So they've rolled that over a couple of times. That float, which if it's soaked up right now, that's why you can get a bit of a crazy rally happening recently to market, and obviously a huge blowout right now. Through prior highs. Like it's up 130%, but if you kind of look at it from the 7 breakout, like that's kind of the big level. Wow, if it holds VWAP, that's well above that 7 really. So yeah, let this one calm down. It's not as liquid as you would think when you look at the level 2, but AHMA still keeps afloat. Certainly enough of a story for this small cap runner. So you got this one, and then you've got QTTB as well, both rallying here in the pre-market.
All right, let's go on to a couple of e-commerce names. I was just looking at this. That's Shopify on my screen here right now. There was this note that I saw earlier. E-commerce sales essentially on Black Friday up 25% year over year to 6.2 billion. This thing's down significantly so far this morning, coming into 150, which you got to go back to the beginning of the week. Last week to come up with some levels to deal with here for Shopify. So, I mean, 25%, that's pretty good. 6.2 billion's pretty good.
Absolutely.
Stock's not liking that, though. Apparently they wanted more.
Yeah, the gross merchandise volume, what they're talking about, a key metric for some of these e-commerce companies. Look, an analyst here, Ken Wong, with True is saying we expect a slight negative reaction with the reported pace of sales tracking below the consensus Q4 gross merchandise volume GMV growth expectations. It was 28% year over year, said Ken Wong in a report. But Truist analyst Terry Tillman, he had a more upbeat view. He says, with the strong results on Friday alone and considering Cyber Monday is typically a bigger selling day online, we suspect Shopify will blow through last year's Cyber Week results. So we'll have to see how that goes. They're saying, Brendo, that Cyber Monday a lot more important for the higher ticket items like computers, laptops, excuse me, tablets, etc. Whereas, Black Friday is more like of shopping for clothes and auxiliary items.
I was just reading as well, Salesforce and Adobe, 6% and 9% respectively, again, going back to Friday. So Salesforce and Adobe, 6%, 9% increases versus 25% overall year over year for Shopify, guys. So, I mean, not too bad, but all of these looking pretty ugly here today.
Yeah, and it's like rightfully pointed out in the chat, someone else made this point. Like when you look at any of those numbers, you have to correct for the fact that prices are just going to be higher. So yeah, obviously you're going to have these decent increases notionally, but it's going to matter how much you've just simply increased prices on items over the course of the last year and the last few years. So maybe not what anybody was looking for, but it also gives you like the sell the event kind of deal as well here for Shopify. Like I feel like this is a name that kind of gets, you know, baby and bathwater and all that good stuff and those types of all those types of quotes. And if you have any concerns about the labor market whatsoever, like this is exactly the kind of name which it's been a good run, but you've got this lower high that won't bust. We couldn't close that 50 period. And again, the numbers might be good, but if you adjust for inflation, they're not going to be as rosy. So I feel like this is one that you could see head back to its 140 support for Shopify. Not great volumes. I'll probably stay away from that. I think if you're looking in the retail space, possible to trade Amazon, which I'm just going to note is holding up well relative to the market. You look at these guys, and if you thought it was going to be a sell the event, not really happening. You know, Nasdaq's down 0.2. Amazon's almost green on the session and above the 50 period moving average. So that looks a little bit better to me than Shopify.
Yeah, we had XYZ last week as well. It made a little bit of a move there as they had better guidance that they came out with maybe last week or 2 weeks ago. But there it goes, man, XYZ off the bottom as well. So here's Block, very, very similar to that of Shopify. So, you know, break back above the 200 period moving average. But, you know, take a quote from our friend Brian Shannon there. This name's still in the penalty box. But it looks like, you know, if you put a 5-day moving average on, start putting on the chart, because they keep on referencing it, you know, you want to be above that. And the 50 period is still all the way up here. So that's an area of interest. If we can get back up to maybe 70 to 72, I think this could be a good short area, not long. Once you want to break through here and then finally get through some of this congestion before we start signaling buy side there on XYZ. And then another name in the sort of, I did, you know, had some purchases this weekend, and I think I cashed out with PayPal on the majority of them. So, you know, maybe PayPal going to find some love here as well. And it's that similar sort of shelf break that you see there on XYZ that you're trying to get back in for PayPal. So PayPal actually got beat up a little bit more, much underneath, right? The 200 period on XYZ, we've actually breached that and gone back up to the upside. So PayPal still much more structure to break through here on PayPal than XYZ. So I think I would like Block a little bit better than PayPal right here. But if you go back down to it, it's that same story. This is March of 04. March 4th, March of 24. So you got to go back almost 2 years, and that's, you know, sort of confluencing with the support that we've seen. So the April lows bouncing there off 55, bouncing off 55 back in the summer of 04, and then also that level back springtime. So PayPal might have some solid footing down here, but still looks pretty broken to me to the downside. But, you know, some financials names that work, I like SoFi. So this is a name that I want to get more of. So I'm just actually going to put a bid in that 26 area in case it does fall back in here one more time. It was just last week that we had some dip buy opportunities in SoFi and didn't take advantage of it. We're still obviously hella long on again. Maybe I'll put an offer here around 320, see if we get some out there. But there we go, JP Morgan. Look at this, 4 or 5 nice up days here, and we get back near rises. Neil talked about the XLF. Previously there. So, all right, it's JP Morgan time, it's bank time, it's tech time. No matter what kind of time it is, yeah, make sure you do get our watch list. It's available. There's a link in description there completely for free. Have that, and then Sharif's note for those members are available there as well. So exciting stuff, but it's 9 o'clock, it's rundown time, and I'm going to put up the sticky note.
All right, yeah, let's jump right into it here. A lot to understand this morning. Individual. I was just looking at Coinbase. We'll talk about that in a sec, but futures.
Yeah, guys, 68.59. That's where we closed out Friday, shortened day on the ES December contract. High being 68.64. But look at what we did on Friday. We got close to 68.75. So that's going to be our first area of resistance if we catch a bid for whatever reason. If we start selling off, we're obviously going to be looking at that 100-point area, 6,800 as that first area of support if we fall off. We're going to look to that area of technical resistance that we had last week on the 20th of November. We're looking at 67.75 as a second level of support.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, as Sean was mentioning, make sure you grab that. Link is below, top link, in fact. We'll get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. It's absolutely free. Comes right to your inbox every single morning, has everything that's moving around in the pre-market and a little bit on why. It's worth noting there are a couple of numbers coming up today that could be notable. 9:45, we'll get the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, and then ISM of the same manufacturing PMI for November at 10 o'clock. So keep that in after the market opens this morning. Let's, as I mentioned, here's Coinbase, giving back, I'd say 50% or so of the last 3 days to the downside in a hurry here. There's a couple of cautious analyst notes on Coinbase specifically this morning, but I think Bitcoin the story here.
Yeah, it's not a good look, Brendo. You felt maybe last week we saw the worst of things and things were starting to recover. It doesn't look like it's quite, here's what we're talking about. Slid Bitcoin, that is 5.5% down to 86,435 and extending the October-November correction, and of course reinforcing that near-term bullish momentum that we've all been feeling, especially if you're involved in the coin. ETH didn't fare any better, 6.1% down at 28,430. Solana dropping 7%. Dogecoin 8.6, all selling off aggressively. The People's Bank of China issued a weekend warning about illegal digital currency activities, adding to the stress to Asian-listed crypto equities. But it really does come down, again, we've been talking about this for a while, the leverage. Fed Watch advisors Ben Emmons highlighted $400 million in exchange liquidations as a major catalyst for Monday's sharp reversal. We know coin exchange leverage remains quite extreme, Brendo, with some local brokerages offering up to 200 leverage, or some offshore brokerages that are offering up to 1,200 times leverage. I did a TikTok video on that. You can go and watch it. Harrison, only about $135 billion sits outstanding across the spot Bitcoin ETFs. We mismatch, Brendo, that magnifies the liquidation cascades and kind of exacerbates these sell-offs.
I think it's going to be one of those days, though, that some of these equities guys could be following Bitcoin and the price action we see in the cryptos or the underlying themselves reverse, which can happen sometimes.
Absolutely. And just
like 1,200 times leverage. That is a very, very good point there. How does that even work? Like that is that's a quick flat there, quick liquidation if you're wrong. If you're 1,200 times leverage.
Leverage makes the
like how much are you dropping in there? Like you're dropping in $1,000, getting like 120,000, 1.2 million. What exactly is this for the leverage? So yeah, as to your point, it's like definitely having an effect on this washout right here.
Yeah, I think for sure. Like you saw what happened this weekend. I don't know. I turned to, we were at dinner, well, I was at the dinner table yesterday, and I don't usually like pull up my phone, but like for whatever reason, my daughter wanted to see something, and I was like, whatever, futures market's just opened. And I'm like, oh, it's going to be interesting because we just crashed like 3K on Bitcoin, and then that turned into like 4 or something like that in the next hour or so. But anyways, if you look at what's happened, let's put up a 4-hour chart here on Bitcoin so you can see like our prior support level. If you don't know what that is, so this is at like 90, it's like 91, 92 area. Prior support kind of got flushed out, and then we're trying to bounce off this 86. Now, if you look at the last wipeouts and the bounce that we had, like that last little ditch when you made the bounce on the weekend, it was able to get back to about 87. So I think 87's kind of like 85 to 87, 85 bounce zone into that 87. 87 is where I'm kind of looking for the fade. So on IBIT, thinking that $50 level, again here, if we try any kind of a bounce and kind of go into this chop area where we broke out from on, well, that'd be Wednesday, I suppose. I wasn't here on Friday. So this area here, but the high 49s in IBIT. But the other way that I want to be playing this is to look at what might be a little bit weaker, like BMNR. Look, if ETH is down more than I'll know that, and BMNR obviously has been a little bit more volatile. This one, if we fail break this pre-market high, any kind of a close underneath, it's about 31, I think I wrote 31.3 to give it some room. But if we close underneath this pre-market high in BMNR on a 15-minute, then I just want to look continuation short there. And if that fills in the gap into Friday's lows, that would be for us. So yeah, I mean, I'm thinking if we do get any kind of a bounce in Bitcoin today or in crypto today, I'm looking for a spot to be able to fade it. 87,000 would be a spot prices, but also going to have that prior low on BMNR and the 50 level on IBIT.
Look, I have IBIT written down here, right now on the sticky note. It is IBIT short there between 50 to 51. Like I know it's a huge range. definitely acknowledge that, you know, when you're talking about 2% worth of a range there, it can be quite large. But for Bitcoin, I still think this is a good bag holder level. And what I mean by that is like, I don't think people that aren't necessarily holding the bags. I mean, this is a nice downside moment. And good area to maybe pick something up for those of you that maybe aren't in it. We've sort of talked about where it potentially could be going. But the reason why I say that is this is, you know, these areas up here, we tried to go the last couple times and failed, right? So we tried to go right here about 4 or 5 days ago. We got up to 51.50. Then we spent a couple days above $50. Then we had that one little on Friday and then right back in. So it's this little area that I think a lot of traders are thinking about, you know, where's the break coming, you know, and they may be waiting for this kind of this momentum to once again bounce off of, you know, between 50 to 51, which would be, you know, where we are now in crypto, you know, 80 up to 90 again. So it's just like, until we really break clean of that and get back up into 56, 58, like back, you know, through maybe 100,000 again, back to where the 50 period moving averages are, I want to be pretty short here on Bitcoin until, again, it proves itself that it does want to go higher, right? Down like 40% or whatever it is from the highs. Obviously not a great move there, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to go short this name. It's down 5% today. The momentum definitely is looking pretty weak, although even though it's looking weak, we are kind of like holding out above VWAP rate. So there's been worse days technically than this on crypto before. Guys, we haven't come in too much and seen IBIT down 5%, but again, it's the over the weekend thing. And I think it's trying to settle here. So if we can bump up about $1, man, I have the order sitting there for the short. I just think today's a short day. And it just has to prove me wrong. And I think we're getting close to doing that. Like if these Qs rip, you know, through VWAP and then look to tempt sort of what we were doing here overnight and stuff, then I think, you know, we will have a bullish day on our hands. But until we get some bullish stories, like we have Intel, like think about this. The only thing that we have on there that be long has a question mark beside it, and it has to do with Intel.
There's a story on Marvell, by the way.
Oh, good. Hopefully it's not a shitty
No, it was good. It was Marvell announced Microsoft expanded use cases for Marvell-powered cloud-based services in Europe. So Marvell actually bouncing in the pre-market on that.
Oh,
so
$91. Okay.
I only mentioned it because you were just talking about an actual positive story this morning for them.
No, that is a good one, but still up 1.2%. Yeah, so
it's actually up today.
Yeah, no, Marvell's a little bit of that was a slippery slope there, as we were still pretty heavily invested into this name, which is why I thought it was. But I'm going to get something out at 95 on Marvell. Like I did not hit buy. You know, like when the chip space is not looking great, man, and everybody's losing confidence in these data and the overall build out of hopefully what's still to come. I actually want to talk to Kevin about some of the data centers as well. But yeah, there's a nice move into 75 and then bouncing back. So yeah, it looks like Marvell catching a bid. Good story there in the chip space. So yeah, there could be some longs at some point. Only 300,000 shares. Big rumor of them buying Marvell. That got that thing through 100. So I'd like to do that. Yeah, okay, keep looking, guys. Looks like Bitcoin's starting to go back upside right here. One crypto story, or a couple there. Let's go back over and find the big one that made our board here. It's Intel.
Yeah, remember Kevin Guy's coming up at 10:30 today with the CEO of BitZero. They're going to tell us a little bit about BitZero and, of course, talk about crypto. This was Friday. If you missed it, Intel's up huge on Friday. Right into the close. This thing barely had a red candle throughout the day on a potential Apple deal, according to analysts anyways. We gapped down a little bit here this morning, but still holding up major part of this entire move.
Yeah, this could be big for Intel, Brendo. A couple reasons. One, you want to be tied up with Apple. It's huge. Number two, it's proof of concept for their foundry business, which they don't have a client for yet. A major one, that is. Look, this Intel share, as Brendo mentioned, ripped up over 10% on Friday after TF Internationals, yes, the infamous Ming Chi Kuo, said industry checks show improving visibility on Intel's supplying Apple with its lowest end, guys, M-series processor. Kuo expects Intel to begin shipping chips in Q2 and Q3, not of 26, but of 2027, and it's contingent on Apple receiving Intel's process design kit in early 2026. So we have nothing guaranteed, all just speculation, but it is a good look for Intel. Apple currently relies, Brendo, on Taiwan Semi for all its A and M series chips, and this would be a re-entry for Intel and a meaningful strategic milestone. Ming-Chi Kuo stressed the initial volumes are quite small, meaning that there's going to be no material hit to Taiwanese fundamentals, and Apple's support for Intel would also align, of course, with the U.S., kind of changing policy of reshoring all the domestic chips, as well as propping up foundries, Brendo, not Taiwanese.
Price action will tell the story, I think, coming up today, guys. $40, though, seems to be a bit of a thing right now. Trying to get back above it currently for Intel.
Yeah, obviously great rally for them on Friday. I got to miss it, but unfortunately, it's a good story for them overall. I just feel like you're already seeing it down. The market's a little bit weak, and this was an area before where it already sold off. And most of the massive days have not. Sometimes you get a follow through, but there's another pullback. There's a pullback. Most of the big days profit taking here at Intel. And you look at the daily chart, 38.5 kind of stands out as an obvious spot to close the gap to. So I think that feels headed. I mean, that's a place I'd look for a dip buy today. Unfortunately, this is above the volume weighted average price now, so it doesn't really have an at 40 and above the volume weighted average price. I'm not really thinking obvious short setup. It has to break the low, hold under VWAP, show me something, or maybe pop into a resistance level. But one kind of a downtrend loses VWAP. I think it's a fade into 38.5. Just odd program buying right now off of this 39.5 level, which seemingly has not stopped for the last 15 or 20 minutes. So I'll stay away early on, and maybe it doesn't want to get to that 38.5, but that's the level I'm looking for over there on.
I was actually, I just saw in the chat there, I forgot that Marvell reports tomorrow, so I was actually trying to check and
double checking it.
Put the order out to maybe sell that thing here. Yeah, we're up 39% on our swinger for Marvell. So we've gotten some out already near some of these levels. But so good little level there for Intel. Talking about Micron, which will be coming up soon, so I won't do that right now. But yeah, look, this is another this is a double up. Right? I mean, this is something that I made Brian Shannon talk about, and he put a 40-year anchored VWAP on this thing, and it actually, this $18 to $9 area just gave you everything you needed and more. So I never thought I would be an investor or anything in Intel, but when it was doing this, sure did buy some shares. And right now, just off the top, sure, we did get some the first time it broke into here, 27.28, 100, and then we got some out the last time it broke into here as well, so 34.35. We felt pretty good about getting some out into there, and now I'm feeling pretty good about getting some here as well. So I just, these are great stories. I know the U.S. government's backed in to Intel a little bit here with a small little investment, $5 billion or something like that, but maybe even be more, I'm not sure, but $42 right there. Nice area for Intel, I think, to sell something and get a little bit off these bags. And they're not bags at all. These are starting to get heavy bags. So it's been a good one there for Intel. What a move up, a double. This is why you want to take single stock risk sometimes. I know that's, again, not financial advice for everybody individually, but, this is, we can find companies that have gotten beat up, that there's potentially a story underneath them. Intel with the chip game. There it goes, man, into the foundries, the U.S. company, everything like that. I don't think the bull case was very hard to find, and you can see now with Apple and potentially some more stories coming good with their foundry, maybe potentially there. We had that CHIPS Act that President Trump was trying to roll back, that Biden. Intel dipped their hands into some of that as well. So there's just a lot happening for Intel, and that was, I don't want to say generational because it's only a double up, but still, if you put in 10 grand, you got 20. So it's a nice move there for Intel. And I think, light hands here. It's a 42. Maybe you get some out, but I'm not in a rush to get out of anything here with Intel. It's been a nice little move higher. And, maybe that was a fake out. Maybe the market's going higher now. I mean, Intel's up like 50 cents in the last 30 minutes. So
skeptical.
Could be something. All right. Tesla did not have good numbers let's go find out about that story. Where that, Biden's pen didn't work too well on that CHIPS Act. All right, let's go back to the Tesla Europe story.
Did you read that over the weekend?
Which one?
Trump's canceling all of.
Oh yeah, because of the auto pen thing. Oh boy.
Just all of them, blanket, all of them. Crazy. Here's Tesla right now gapping downside. That was, what was that, 426, I guess, 425, 426, the low on Friday there, held as support, but we're firmly below that right now. Yeah, I mean, more bad numbers. I think Elon kind of alluded to this. We're not going to see a change, I think, specifically in that area forward.
You know what makes me chuckle? I just want to digress for a second. When Joe Biden was in the F-150 Lightning, and he was like, this is going to be the future of EVs, and now they're going to cancel the F-150 Lightning. It makes me chuckle a little bit. Sorry. All right, guys, Tesla. Not a good look, guys. Registrations fell sharply again, this time 58% in France, only selling a little bit less than 1,600 units, 49% in Denmark, 534 units there. The Model Y, guys, once a top all across Europe, ranked only 23rd in Denmark with only 206 units sold for the Model Y. Of course, total 534. But there is obviously, you know, political back. We talked about this with Elon Musk's earlier comments and associations with some political groups there. The reputational risk appears to be sticky despite the fact that he's toned down his rhetoric as of late. Europe's EV market, though, Brendo, has become quite crowded and very highly competitive, especially, I should say, with Chinese EVs throwing them there. Widely viewed now as very competitive to Tesla in terms of technology and quite cheaper, to be honest with you as well. So good look for Chinese EVs in Europe, not so much.
Over the past couple of weeks here, I don't know if I said Tesla too many times close to my phone or something, but I've started to get just inundated with used Tesla ads.
Used.
For some reason. And I mean, you can get a 2022, 2023 Model Y now, 33.
Great prices.
34 even, if it's a little bit higher.
These things were $100 grand, Brendo, in 2022 when sadly the wood and gas prices shot up. They were like selling for 90s, high 80s, sometimes 100. Can't believe how.
I mean, it also has to do with the new model, obviously.
For
so
sure.
The updated version comes out,
Sure.
You lose half your value, depending on when you bought. But anyway, yeah, not good numbers here once again, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing disappointing numbers from them for quite a bit here, and you know everyone's been looking past that to see where the growth is going to be, and that's going to obviously look to automated driving. That's going to look Optimus and things of that nature that have held it up. But if we don't get through 430 today, you're in the diddling range of the. Yeah, this stock is definitely diddling. I mean, 430 barcode and prior close, obvious resistance, and we're sitting at 25 right now. You know the 420 level has been support. So unless we trade up, be able to fade off of some of those highs in the 430 range, don't see myself in Tesla today. If it breaks out Friday's highs, I think you'll let it. I think that's one that's probably worth the chase if it gets through a 433. But I think the first look would be to 30 area. But if it does get through 433, you have a pretty sizable gap if somehow it can buy the news here. But I'm a little bit skeptical when it comes to that because it's only 10 minutes to go. There was someone said, are you guys going to talk about gold and silver? We did talk about gold and I'll throw that one out there. A little bit earlier, a couple of times we did. But this one's on my list. SLV is on the list today, at least for myself. It's about to lose VWAP. It looked like we were going to close above VWAP going into the open. If we don't, I'm patiently waiting for our highs. You make all-time highs with no levels to work off of. So it's prior day high, it's trend break, it's VWAP. Those are the only things I can look for in SLV. Tesla will have to wait for that 430 level, and then the 33 is where you get an actual breakout chance.
Yeah, we talked about GM and all these names, and I think GM looks the best out of all of these, of course, as it's breaking higher and higher. But yeah, I'm the same kind of way here, 430, 432. Let's just see if Tesla can give us this 48 area one more time here today. If it can give us that, then I think that's a really good dip buy support zone. So through there, we haven't had too much action at this level, but to me, when I sort of zoom back out, a little bit of action above, and then we had Thursday, for Wednesday, Friday, bouncing nicely off the 200 period moving average right there. But we open up underneath it, which is giving me a little bit of a pause for any of the longs, but which means that if we do dip back into this area maybe it's like between 416 and 418, something like that, that we could get a little dip buy, right? This was a really good hold. It didn't hold. in the very next morning, but the cat came back the very next day and bought up Tesla again. But 417, this looks like a decent buy zone there for TSLA, and this is why we talk GM, man. I mean, it's been real strong side and holding out strong today, still down 0.7, but I mean, look at this chart. It's just been an absolute monster. When we look at some of these other names and we say like, Rivian down on the year, whatever they're up, this is where basically GM at the beginning of the year, $51 to $52, up to 73. So almost, again, like a nice 50% move there this year for General Motors. So I like this name, and it's breaking out, and it looks like it wants to go higher. Nice little retest of 68 and a bounce. So there goes General Motors, man. I mean, it doesn't have to just be a world of EVs. This name and Ford both continue to work. So I think the money's low right now in some of these plays, because Tesla, although we talk about their numbers in Europe pretty bad, that's not the forward buying Tesla. It's not because of their Model Y or anything like that. It's obviously has to do with what we think about moving forward with what Elon's got planned for this company, and that new pay package was approved, so that's sort of in the rear view mirror now. And I like Tesla down here, and I think that buying it at these levels can't go wrong. But I still like the 380 if there is a potential dip buy opportunity. Like I said, you're still checking your accounts, and the money is still in there, and these levels are still pretty good. Waiting for an actual flush to happen in some of these names seems to be very, very strong, well above its 200 period moving average on the daily. So. Yeah, there's not much. The only one that really dipped and it's back now is going to be Meta, and then obviously you have Bitcoin dipping there. Maybe Palantir has been dipping. Oracle is another one, obviously.
There's a bunch of chip names that I would argue have. Like a lot of the chip names, I think, have been some pretty decent dips. ARM's got a good dip on it, but maybe
even Nvidia.
The ones that I'm looking to dip by that have gotten close. But speaking of, here's one that's dipped, maybe not as much as some believe that it could have.
Just reading a note here, guys, on HPE made a little bit of a move, 2160 up to 22 there on a deal with NVIDIA. So HPE up with NVIDIA to launch an AI factory, quote unquote AI factory lab in Grenoble, France. That was a couple of minutes ago, but not a huge move, but worth noting for HPE, moving around a little bit this morning. All you have to do is say NVIDIA, and your day could be good. Micron going to need a little more than that, I think.
Yeah, Brendo, they're gonna need a little bit more. Even though this headline is quite positive, looking to expand in Japan, that's what this headline's about, and they're going to drop 1.5 trillion yen, which is about $9.6 billion US, to build a new advanced HBM high bandwidth memory plant in Hiroshima, according to Nikkei. The construction is expected to begin in May of 2026, with shipments beginning around 2028. So there's going to be a while coming out of there. Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry may provide up to 500 billion yen, about $3.2 billion in subsidies. And Tokyo continues to offer substantial subsidies to attract foreign chip makers, including Micron and Taiwan Semi. Just an HBM demand, though, is a little bit, a little up, a little down. There's a glut of inventory, and then you can't get enough of it. So demand is surging now due to rapid expansion in AI, machine learning, and hyperscale data. Brendo, with the new plant, though, this Micron's, I should say, positioning against SK Hynix. SK Hynix still the leader of the pack, then Samsung, then Micron.
Micron back to the upside right now. Just be aware as well. Just reading a note here from Morgan Stanley, just putting out something positive on, although Alphabet is quickly heading back downside. So positive note, it looks like, for Alphabet guys from MS.
If those are positive notes, I guess they can keep them because, and I don't know, and Brendan just brought this up to our attention now, but there it goes. You're lucky, Randy's going to have a hard time now with these chairs behind us there. Thank you. Or those desks, behind us for the coffee. I see. Shorts, I think, have maybe gone away now for the year we had. Randy was sending us some snow pictures from his place there on Thursday, Friday. We snowed quite nicely, but down here in Toronto, pretty muted. It didn't, almost no snow.
I didn't have
a little bit of a shovel on Monday, but on Saturday morning, but less than an inch or so. But yeah, Google coming back in. There's Google down 1%. We'll see if that one continues to drop. I think it's just had such an epic run, and we talked about this. All the other names have sort of rebounded the last 3 or 4 days, and Google's kind of just taking a little bit of a break. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm actually going to try to stay away from Google. One trade today is actually on the note, and that is Micron. And I've been saying that I think this name is potentially a house of cards for sure. Micron, that spend on their new plants. We just talked about some of the question marks of some of those names with Meta and the spend over there. Micron, though, you're calling the collapse when the whole market is collapsing, but wrong when the market gets a little bit of a breath because so even Micron up 15% in a week again, like from 200 to 230, right? Give it 15% in a week. And then now today with another story that should send it higher, right? More plants, more demand. That's great for everything except for, is it maybe too much spend going to this build out? I don't know, almost $10 billion. To me, it's just this 235. I wanted to look at it. It was sort of where the 200 period was. And then if you go back to what we saw on Friday, these were dip buy spots, between 2 to 235 held. So I'm just going to sort of turn the chart upside down and now think a little red on it and say, hey, if we get to, so I'm right now sitting at 235 flat to see if that comes in. That might come in right off the jump. So that, and I don't want to be too invested in this name, especially if we take 236 and let alone 230. So I really like Micron to short. I don't think this is a great story, and if the market wants to give credit for it, then I'm going to sit up there and try to short. So I think we could definitely be if we take out Friday's highs. So 238. I think to give this name $3 worth of room is well worth it. So that's what we're going to be doing on Micron. But I don't really want to take any positions too early today, unless a short just happens to pop in. Micron up here, 235 to 238. Good short area, and we'll start the party around 235.
Yeah, I'm thinking AMD, but I'm also bearish on a couple of these chip names. But AMD to 218 in here. Friday highs, go back, look at the beginning of the week as well, last week, and you had the same resistance at about 217. So I think if we get any pop into there, I'm looking short on that in AMD. Let's get the quick Amazon and we can, and come back to what is a interestingly slow imbalance locator. Nothing over 1 million yet. No?
Joby, Archer.
Amazon and Google. Yeah, I was just reading more about that. Again, Morgan Stanley talking about the TPU aspect for Google and how it could increase their revenue going forward. So nothing really about today, but we have this tie-up anyways for Amazon and Google.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. Custom ASICs, Brendo. We'll get to the show we talked a little bit about on Friday. But guys, this is good. It helps kind of create this high reliability connectivity. So even brief outages, can cause cascading effects. We saw what happened on October 20th when AWS it caused about $500 to $650 million in losses, and websites like Snapchat and Reddit were both down.
About 30 seconds or so here, guys, to a Monday open. Good luck.
And pretty quiet in the low fives. There is a small buy and balance. Joby's in there as a sell 360. Archer's a 300,000 sell. IonQ's a 200,000 buy. There was a Boeing headline. Well, there was an Airbus headline where quality control issues over there, and Boeing was up on that, no longer anymore. But this is one I want to see the opening range hold, but if it can hold out this 188 where it broke out on Friday, then that's one to watch out for. The opening bell this by Origenics OGEN listed on the NYSE, and we're going to ring it in 3, 2, and let's go.
All right, Nasdaq opens up down 0.8, ES down point. What the hell? I just got into that Micron. Oh man, Micron just shoots up, and we said we were going to watch out for Micron right off the open, and wow, we're wrong on that one. As that shoots up, we were saying watch out for 238. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more maybe in here on Micron, and here it comes into 238 again. So bye-bye goes Micron, and we'll see if it breaks through that 238 and change area, and then we'll have to maybe punch out if that is the case. But so far, so good here as we continue to watch out for this stock short right now early there for the market. But we'll hold on to Micron, give it a little bit of work. We're just short here at 235.50, but so quick there for MU. Maybe they like that build out. Good sign of demand, as we had said. So we'll hold on to this and see what one Micron.
Yeah, a bit of a shot up there in Intel as well, as I saw that one get to almost 40.5. So maybe we do see some, let's looking up at AMD, which is also coming to the upside. Maybe we do get a test of these prior highs. So the selling And profit taking on Intel is not materializing. It tends to be blowing out right now. What are we doing with D? As that is continuing to go a little bit higher. I'm sitting in front of 217 for the fade on AMD. NVIDIA is actually going down, by the way. So AMD going up, you just saw Intel going, NVIDIA breaking through the volume weighted average price. So that's starting to come back in here a little bit. So a bit of an inside day so far for the market. I don't want to miss an opportunity here. Prior day support as well, 215. If AMD is going to turn around right here off this 15 level, I might want to give it a shot. NVIDIA losing VWAP as we speak. So yeah, some of the chip names rallying, notably Micron, Intel, and to an extent AMD, but you've got NVIDIA languishing a little bit off the open.
Oh, Micron, you are back into flat now. We should have, I mean, if we're going to use 238 as our, we are going to give it a little bit of room through 238, but here it goes. I'm bidding 235 and take a little bit of an advantage of that because I was not expecting anything to happen to this extent. We're in the money on Micron after all of that, but not a great start there for MU if you're short. So we'll have to wait to see. I mean, it's pulling back in, which is pretty, okay, here we go. I'm bidding 235.05. So there it is. Yes, let's go now. There it is. Let's go. We're now in the money now, $1. There's your dollar club, and it's off of, the level that we had down again. So there it is right there, 235 short, starting to work, but we don't have a whole bunch of shares on that. We didn't want to get in too much off the beginning, a couple trades there. We did write down, of course, AMD short at 215. I mean, that came in perfectly, but we were trying to be as patient as we can with some of these AI plays early, not trying to get blown out with a wrong read. But there's AMD coming in into our sticky note level, and then IBIT trying to grab that short as well. But that looks like that's just sort of hanging out right now at 86,000 and kind of muted here off the open there for NASDAQ. But here we go, man. It's now $1 change in the money as we've done it again here on Micron. So far, so good right now for MU. Let's see if this one has some more room go downside. I'm bidding 234 to see if we can take that 70 early.
Well, there was a Synopsys story. I just heard, we'll get to that in a quick little second. Synopsys and NVIDIA taking a stake in them. We'll talk about them. Looks like the CEO also making some moves. But 215 on AMD. Apologize about some of these wicks that will make it difficult to look at Friday's charts. But you did have a support level in there around that 15. So instead of waiting, I saw it pop and fade off the highs. But it is now breaking the highs. Wanted to get there first. If we get to 17, that's where I'll take a second shot. I don't want to leverage into this and then hold it $2 against me. I want to wait for a chance to either break this slight upward trend that we're in or get to the 217 area. Silver is now starting to hold VWAP, or at least attempt to hold VWAP. It's going to cancel my dip buy all the way down at 51. Like highs on Friday, obviously. If it can close above the volume weighted average price, going to look only longs today.
All right, reload. Neil's out was my in right now, so we're 50 cents right here on AMD. We'll see what was a level that we talked about. Now even more than that, there goes 70 cents now in the money here on Advanced Micro Devices off that 215.50 short. So I'm already out of half of it. I don't, like I said, I'm not trying to dance too much early. If these markets wind up holding, then fine. But there goes AMD back to the upside there as well. So yeah, it is starting to go. We are ripping higher, man. I mean, this was not necessarily as expected here in this space. So we'll take another out if we can on Micron. Oh, by the way, we did get a nice out. Did get that 234. So we're starting to get a little bit. There we go. I take another 235 flat there and back into 234. So two early positions for me now. It's AMD trying to get that to get a little lower, but the spread on this name can be quite extensive here. So you need it to actually move with it. Because if this just starts to drift up, the next thing you know, man, it's going to be 216, 216.25, 216.50. See, like it was right there just at 215.20s, and then it just, with a move there, it goes like 50 cents right back against you. So be a little light if you are on that name. But so far, so good here as Micron continues lower. So these are the names that I'm looking at early. And then we talked about IBIT. I don't have Tesla written on here. Touched into 430 again, which could be a decent short if and when that ever comes in. But now we're approaching $2. Bang trade of the day here is Micron. And this is our #1 trade that I gave out on the sticky note. Let's see if it continues to work lower here on MU. I'm gonna put one more bid right there at 234.20, whoosh, and then I'll see about these lows, man. What about a 230 to 231? I mean, VWAP down here 232-ish. You know, it could be an area where the 50-period moving average is, but violent to start the day here with some of these names. Just upside. Look at AMD go again. So be very, very careful with this. Some of these tech plays. I don't know if you're on NVIDIA or not, but
AMD is the one I'm waiting for to get to 270.
Look at AMD.
It just like NVIDIA just took out 176, is headed higher, but AMD next level was 217. So it got out when it couldn't hold that 215, heavy into 17s. The NASDAQ is trying to break the highs. I say trying because it's not really doing a very good job of it just yet, but we are at resistance. So you pop into the overnight highs, that's a spot that I'm looking fade, and with AMD, I feel like that's going to be next. Let's go to Adara's got some news for us.
Yeah, I just want to address that Synopsys story. Seeing this pre-market, it came out at 8 a.m. So NVIDIA and Synopsys announced right at 8 a.m., as you can see here, corresponding with this spike in the stock. They're going to be entering a partnership with NVIDIA and $2 billion in Synopsys through common stock here, $14.79 per share. Right now, it's actually trading well above the price that NVIDIA invested there with NVIDIA and Synopsys. This was announced earlier this morning, right at 8 a.m. I do also want to mention some economic down the pipeline at 9:45 a.m. We'll get S&P manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m. ISM PMI. I'll be there for you with both of those numbers starting 8 minutes with S&P PMI. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. We do have, that's right, we got some numbers. It's not a heck of a lot, but here comes that 17. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not. I was just sitting literally at 77s and did not get that fill and just popped in to try and get the $0.50, but that was a hefty pullback just now right to that 16 level. So might have based it a little bit. Silver is starting to track in. Well, I don't want to ignore 40 on Intel either. So if AMD doesn't pop back up to give me something at the $0.50, Intel's looking like it's trying to close underneath VWAP. So this one actually fail broke. So the market broke out. Intel did fail break and putting in a lower high as we speak. So that 40 level looking good. 40.10 also as resistance. So if I don't get AMD at 216, I think I'm at the 60s. This closed underneath the 40s on Intel. They got that big story on Friday and now down 1.5% news. Well, follow through on the Apple news. The story on Friday had them up double digits at one point.
Trader in the chat talking about another name that we don't cover too often here, Bloom. So there goes Bloom Energy.
Again?
Another movement, another 5%, like from 110. So still going to show red on the day, but nice move immediately there for BE. So yeah, good one on that one there, Farm Trader. You nailed that. I don't know, maybe it was a $100 bound play that you were looking for, or whatever. But yeah, breaking through the 50-period move. Bloom Energy, always stories revolving that name. Okay, so done real well again, man. We're pretty good here on AMD as there it goes right back into the downside. But again, like take profit when it's there. So we did take something in the 70s on AMD, and now we're going to get it into that's 30s dip. So let's put a bid maybe now at 40 and get a little bit out, and then we'll cancel our 215.20. It didn't get into there, and then if we're lucky enough to get something near 215 flat, then we can get some more out. But we'll wait. So now we're at 215.40 to see if we get something in there. We're going to go 2 for 2, but not too crazy. This is only $1 right now. We have multiple outs at 234, but let's see if we can get a little bit lower. I'm waiting for 232.25 down into here right now. Maybe we have to change that. Maybe we could put something at 233 flat or so, just in case this number does come out, half decently to the downside. In just a couple minutes, we do have PMI coming through. We're looking at 51.9. We have 51.9 expected for the S&P Producer Manufacturing Index for November. So prior 51.9, expected 51. And so let's see if there's any action there. IBIT, honestly, guys, I think it's going upside right now. I was trying to wait a little more.
Well, worth noting, IBIT is bouncing and looking pretty good, but BMNR is actually under V1 very weak. So 9% down. Actually, I think this hit 10%. This is SSR now, isn't it? Yeah. So BMNR actually went 10% to the downside and looking very weak. So if Bitcoin does eventually roll, it's an if. Not saying it's a when, but if we break the trend and break VWAP, BMNR is an obvious short in my books anyway. So AMD pop back into the high. Didn't quite get 217, but 16s. If we lose VWAP, pre-market lows, definitely the way to go. And Intel, it's already at the low of the day. So Intel has a bit of a gap fill here if it loses 39.5. 38.5 is the support level I'm looking for. So shorts until it's there. As everything's starting to come back in.
Let's go.
At low of the day, but it's early so far. So don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. And NVIDIA, keep mixing these two up. Sheesh. NVIDIA actually catches just there. So when the other chip names went down, NVIDIA went up. So it's kind of a juxtaposition there. As the others is early on the open, we had Micron going up and AMD going up early. You actually had NVIDIA going down. Now there's a bit of a reversal here. So NVIDIA about to go green as the market hits the low. Go figure.
Yeah, this has been, again, a good opportunity here to trade for you guys this morning. Just Micron, it just bounced off 233. I'm at 233.05. You know, it bounced off of like 233.01 or something like 05, literally that price. So hopefully that can come down. Your idea over there with AMD, because that one right now is getting to be good trade. So nice move there for Advanced Micro Devices back in as we shorted that one, man. And we wrote down 215 to 216 on AMD. So if you have anything like that right now, you're printing, and there it is, man, a big trade alert. Now $3 now in the money on, and again, we all do this, man. We put up our posts, we put up our levels there, and there's Micron, the #1 trade idea to the short side there today. Oh boy, is it ever printing right now. So there goes Micron, just straight fire in the booth right now. It is now $4, and that is, I don't know what's for dinner there, but that is going to be your chicken winner dinner for me right there on the lows. We just got 232.20s right there. So again, like if you find it, it's a sticky note. I'll put it up in the chat. We've got some good ideas on there, including so far 2 for 2, right? We have the AMD trade, which is absolutely huge, and we also our trade here in, like, AMD is now 75 cents and trying to go lower, and we actually have some decent shares, like not as obviously as many as we have more now because we got the reload. Getting into VWAP could be a potential out here for Advanced Devices. Now that is a chicken dinner winner as well. So we're now $6 in the money on positions. So let's see what happens with Advanced Micro Devices. So far so good here to start the month.
Yeah, so far so good. The market not so much so as it just went red. NVIDIA, or AMD, just bounced off VWAP. I took my buck when it bounced off volume weighted average price at 215. 217 was my level. It barely missed it, 7 or something like that. So if we pop off VWAP, I'll look to short at the same level. But I'm now in R after Bitcoin. Look, the market's taken the low. What happened to Bitcoin? It broke the volume window. The little bit of an uptrend that we were on starting to break down a little bit here in IBIT. We'll see if it can hold on to any kind of strength. If it does, great. Kind of hoping that if that's what's dragging silver down, it can do it a little bit more so we can fill in this gap all the way to Friday's all-time highs. Obviously, right now it's a fresh high for silver, but up 1%. Looking for the rest of this gap to fill. In place, I was kind of looking long off the open. We just haven't quite seen it get into our level yet, but about 70 cents away, 50 cents away here on silver from catching the bid. Adara?
Yeah, we're just waiting here, guys. 17 seconds until we get the S&P manufacturing PMI print. Forecast 51.9. Previous print also 51.9. So we're expecting the same as this prior print here for S&P Global Manufacturing. ISM PMI, more closely watched print, 52.2. So this print coming in above estimates again. S&P Manufacturing PMI, 52.2 versus 51.9 expected. Here is the NASDAQ, a little bit of a bounce here off the lows. We'll take a look at the S&P 500 quickly before we send you back to Sean Neal. Looking almost identical here to the NASDAQ. Again, slightly expected S&P manufacturing PMI print as we await the ISM version of this number at 10.
All right, so I just, I saw you were just in AMD. I was in AMD. I got out of AMD. AMD is going to be a decent name, but there goes the number back up to the upside there. So ISM scoots this thing back up to the upside there, 0.2 versus 51.9. So we'll lose there on AMD, but the part about it is, man, we'll lose about a quarter of it here on Micron. So far so good on that trade. But yeah, that really shot up their AMD and the rest of them on that number. So yeah, impressive to say the least move there for AMD. Like we were just getting out 214s, 215s, and bang, right there back up to the upside as it's really kicking forward now. And we've got some, as that move was happening, I'm going to still stay into this one short. It looks obviously significantly weaker than the rest. So yeah, AMD going for a run, stopped out, and it's good, man. We put some money in and put some money out there in advanced micro devices. So yeah, 1 for 2 here today with Micron, as I said, really holding the day. And you know, this user, we always talk about it, man. Keep them in your pocket. Like this one is about, it depends when I get out on Micron, but so far about 30% or so of the hit that we take here on Micron. So far, that one, and then I'm assuming that NVIDIA sort of took off there.
NVIDIA's at 178.
Yeah, wow, that's a
we have breaking news here from NVIDIA. Jensen saying AI is going to transform.
Wow, breaking news, Jensen, breaking.
Transform every single industry.
Yeah.
I, for one, am shocked.
He just said it. It's not. I didn't think it was worth it, but now it is here on your screen, so he said it.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's like a 20.
Captain Jensen obvious. Well,
yeah, like a 2016 quote from him or something.
17 already broke on AMD, so there's no point showing you that. But while that was going on, I punched out of Intel. That order. I punched out of Intel as it tripped the bottom here. So this one's holding underneath 40, relatively weak. So I'll stick with that one for the south side of the same time. All that was going on when the number hit. Then our broke through VWAP. So if we're not beneath VWAP, then I don't want to be short this name. Allow it to at least attempt fill in the gap into Friday's lows. So what here, I do feel like at least Intel under the 40 is going to be a bit of something. But wow, you're now starting to see maybe that Jensen comment actually does matter, because NVIDIA actually shot up $1.50. You saw the same thing over there in AMD. Well, and we're going to go just one quick second, and we're going to go back over to my left. Tesla is still rejecting that 430 level, so maybe exactly adjacent to this Jensen bounce. Let's see if this can hold under VWAP. 430 was the only level I was looking at there on Tesla, outside of a potential 33 break, but that doesn't seem very likely. So Jensen Huang saying the obvious and spiking the market.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that everybody, it's not up yet, but there it is, Beta Pro. So make sure you do sign QR code there to figure out what Beta Pro is all about by Global X. They are offering 3 times daily levered ETFs for those sophisticated traders looking for a little bit more. Get the TSX 60 utilities, treasuries, all of that available there on the TSX. They are doing a fee holiday until the end of this month, the 31st of December, just 65 basis points. But give them a look if you're looking to get a little bit of a pure play from us here in Canada. They lever against the US dollar. So you can really check that out and get a pure performance play, as you do not have out the back and forth interest rates, as they will manage that for you and cover the risk associated with interest rates. Okay, thank you, X and Beta Pro there. Yeah, so Palantir, nice move up to 160. I'm still a seller in and around that 175 area. Get out a few more shares if there's anything possible there. And I do want to short the TQs if we get anywhere near our level of 54. We're getting close to that up there on the TQs, but just into sort of some of these pre-market levels. So not willing to short the NASDAQ quite yet. Just waiting to see if it does go bump in the night just a little bit more, and maybe a little bit more of Micron as they bounce back up into some of these levels as well. So what's up, Adara?
Merck here, guys. MRK, I'm seeing some talk here in X that the company is looking to raise up to $8 billion from a U.S. dollar bond. Now, this one actually also had some news in the morning, announcing that they actually won FDA fast track designation for their Alzheimer's drug. So MRK on watch. Looks like a couple different things today, guys. If I hear more about the bond site in clearer terms, I'll let you know. Back to you.
49.
Merck's actually been on a pretty solid run, and obviously the space has been doing pretty well, but good look for them. It's been really, really good. I just want to quickly go to this QTTB. Make sure I get it right. Q32 Bio. Well, it's a thing, and it was 420, and it bounced there off the open, and is now at $6. So 170%. This was on the watch list. Down at the bottom, small caps, but at the top of everybody's, if you're looking for something which is rallying, just Petetra. I think it was about 3 million was a floater. 3 or 6 million share times here today on QTTB. Breakout at 5. Looks like this one's on the run, so good luck to anyone that happens to be in it. There was this and, oh shoot, one AH. They had a really cool name. Well, I'll get to that one in a second. The Aspire.
Oh, AMA or something?
Something like
Ambition.
it was
the name's Ambition.
It was like an Ambition something, name of the company, which I thought, and it's actually a Middle East entertainment company, believe it or not. But Intel here just 40, so shorted that again. It bounced off VWAP, or it's bouncing off VWAP. So it's been holding underneath that level. If we take out this lower high on this one, and starting to think, where do we even look for the next trade? Because it might not be the short. And shout out to everyone in the chat that is also mentioning this name, which got lost because we talked all about the consumer, and obviously this is Cyber Monday and Black Friday sales. Walmart at the high of the day. Not doing anything too crazy. This high also happens to be, you guessed it, another Walmart here at the open.
All right, yeah, Walmart is an absolute beast. We talked about that breaking through that that 110 area and just not really even about going backwards. So, yeah, nice backfill maybe on Walmart, but it doesn't look a time soon. I like Target in this space. We've talked about TGT, and will Lululemon one that winds up holding or not? So we can check out Lululemon 180. Yeah, we're good, man. We're actually finally starting to be up in the money now on our Lulu trade. But yeah, looking at monthly charts and all that, good look there for Lulu. We talked about some of those with Michael Noss. But it's 9:52 right now. And just to have a quick little look at SoFi, we can have a quick look to see what SoFi is doing. Oh, 30, actually going higher now, SoFi. Wow, good look there. This was the only long that I had, and should have maybe been considering one a little bit more. But okay, here we go. Just some more talk about what's been going on here right now. Broadcom with the pullback. So we said is heading into the week, right? So Broadcom with a little bit of a pullback there. Meta and Microsoft both heading lower. I mean, the market's not overly great right now as far as the health is concerned, but we are starting to take the market now. Eli Lilly, Caterpillar, some of these names, good little looks there. We'll have a quick look at that as this market continues to breathe. But okay, we did it, Joseph. All right, we are reloaded now in Micron. So that just went down into 234 and change. Let's put another down there, 234, 20s. Let's put a bit at 50s. See if we get at it. I mean, we just put some more on at 235.50. So I think it would be a good benefit to us to get something out for it as it just bounced off VWAP. So look, we could be wrong. You know, you don't want to necessarily give up everything that we've made, but I'll take another short around 235.50. That seems to have been the top, so we put it on a couple times right there. Hopefully we can get something out on the way down this time and not get too super greedy like we did there before. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Micron, looking for 234 and change. For me, opportunity here today for MU. So yeah, let's go back over to Adair and see what she's up to.
About 6 minutes here until the ISM manufacturing PMI, so keep that in mind. I have some more comments on watch here from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. Looks like he was just speaking on CNBC with the synopsis. Of course, NVIDIA did just announce a $2 billion investment in synopsis. So Jensen Huang basically saying at this point that China is a bonus opportunity for NVIDIA in the future. Long story short, too worried about their China sales right now. I also have some words here from the U.S. government, UK government with regards to their deal in U.S. pharmaceuticals. So keep an eye on some of these pharmaceutical stocks. UK government saying that they're going to be investing 25% more in innovative safety. So much like the U.S., they're going to be investing in pharma on their own. So keep an eye on some of these pharma names, guys, as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Very much, Dara. Rivian Millionaire saying MSTR is holding NQ down. Not really. I'm sure it's not helping, but I don't think they care what happens. But what is not holding things down or is not getting held down is silver. We did not end up filling that gap. Been close. Was trending down, now breaking through VWAP. So either we fill the gap into the prior high on silver, or we just join this overwhelmingly off the volume weighted average price. So now bidding VWAP here on SLV, as you guys can see on the daily. Breakout on Friday, crazy breakout on Friday, an all-day rally. Gold as well, looking incredibly strong as well. So I'm going to also jump back over to, just to show you what's going on here, because Intel, back VWAP, but no, it's just no fall yet. So you're at that 40 level, able to get underneath volume weighted average price. But this never cracks 39.5. Fill we're looking at there, not wishing. And BMNR comes back into VWAP. I'm shorted into the prior high again. So we shorted VWAP the first time. It broke the prior candle high. We'll give it the prior again. Still looking a little bit bearish on this bad boy. But if we end up taking out these pre-market tops, obviously you've gotten way too strong. And Bitcoin's not doing much. We're essentially just holding 86K right now, kind of going back and forth, 86 low, 86.4 or so. So silver about to break out the top, the NASDAQ green and headed even higher. As it's AMD's actually the strongest, 20. It's about to take
20, oh my God.
220.
Yeah, glad we got to that one.
AMD.
AMD.
220.
That is, we just got a new position right now. That is nuts. All right, so we're into the TQs now. We just shorted 90s, man. Trying to give this one just a little bit of room, as we had said a couple times before. $54. I mean, it was the level that we wrote down. We wanted to give it a little bit of breath. There it is. We'll take some out at 81s there on this short. And again, we're using a little bit more shares. Not than normal, but than on any of our other positions, because it actually came in. There it is. We get another out there at 70. What did I, 76, so 81s and 76s right now for TQs. We're gonna watch out for 54. There's the move up, right into sort of where we had talked about before, whoops, last week. Right into the 200 period on a 5-minute chart, but more importantly was some of this area of support there from a shortened day on the Friday. I almost said Thursday again, which Thursday, of course, was off. Green Bay Packers once again took care of business, but they're in the hardest division. So crazy, man. Chicago and Green Bay all only with 3 losses. I think even Chicago might even have less than that.
Chicago's.
They're 8-3. Yeah, they're all 8-3-1. Green Bay, I think 3 or 8-4, maybe the Lions. But anyways, right into here, man, for the TQ. So we're going to go short right now, and so far pay dirt a little bit there. We'll wait to see if there is a little bit of a pull. 53.50 would be where I have a whole bunch of confluence down here. So, okay, man, here we go, man. We got reloaded up. Hopefully for a minute and see if we can hold something. We take a little bit out there at 235 on Micron. As here it comes pulling back. Let's see if these futures do. Okay, well, we just got 71s there. I'll take another piece on the futures at 71 if we're able to the TQQs. So don't at me about this is not the futures, but it's a triple levered. And there it is. Yes, sir. So there it goes, man. Let's see if we go. We've got the short on board now. We're outside of some of the economic news. I think we have the one at 10, though. We have ISM manufacturing. So with S&P manufacturing PMI. Now we have ISM coming. So far, so good here. These shorts.
Yeah, we're getting right back into VWAP. BMNR is holding out. What's interesting about this is it's essentially just following Bitcoin right now.
Right.
So here you go. Like Bitcoin, look at the range. Fail break of the high, and then the lower high gets. Just looking at this chart and waiting for us to get to that top, that's when I was able to reload the short. So just looking at BT, I understand, obviously, BMNR is an ETH product or treasury, but at the end of the day, this is the futures for crypto. So I want to watch Bitcoin in particular. Like if it goes down, I know ETH is going to go more, and I know it'll go a little bit more. So that's where I'm watching. As we look to pull back, we just got VWAP here, and we're going to get the numbers in just a few seconds here, that ISM. And let's go to Adara for happening now and some economic data.
Yeah, get it.
Let's take a look here at this ISM manufacturing PMI, 449, previous print here, 4.7. So we're expecting a slight uptick here as we saw the S&P manufacturing PMI came higher than expected and did boost the market a bit. So we are expecting another print that's going to be higher here than the prior 48.2. So we actually got a lower than expected print here for ISM manufacturing PMI, 48.2 versus 49 past previous print of 48.7. So our print, which was higher than expected, we got a lower than expected ISM manufacturing print here. Back a little bit of a double top here on the shorter term. We do have to what this market's been doing. We know Bitcoin, at least initially here, very weak. So a lot of Bitcoin in these crypto-related stocks like BMNR, MSTR, MARA certainly going to be on watch. But other than that, the focus has really been on big tech. And one of those names, of course, is Midday. Lots of analyst action on watch. Morgan Stanley liking this name, and Broadcom also getting some analyst love. But Seaport Research actually maintained a sell rating at $140. Meanwhile, NVIDIA on the news here, and Jensen Huang actually doing some interviews as NVIDIA and Synopsys announced a partnership with NVIDIA to invest $2 billion in SNPS. We also have to talk here about TSLA making a nice push higher despite some rocky sales data in Europe. That being said, the company's still doing pretty well in Norway. So TSLA and NVIDIA amongst a lot of other names in space and in crypto. Before we send you to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenic. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. NYSE-listed Origenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8 billion by 2027, Origenics, OGEN, is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Yes, like, subscribe immediately. Yeah, good numbers there, but obviously not anything that's too market moving. It came actually a little bit lower, so we had one PMI a little higher, one PMI a tad bit lower. So yeah, just hovering around right now. And I don't know, we took some out there just before the number. I did not try to, but did get going a little bit more to the north side there. So just a couple covers here. It's not going to be so eventful yet on the TQs, just a small 10 cents now. And then, yeah, we were able to get something out again near 234.50, but it looks like Micron right now holding out for VWAP again and doesn't want to break. So there's VWAP down there at 234.20. So we do have some more bidding there. I'm bidding 234.75s. So if that fills right now, sorry, 73, hopefully that'll give us a fill. And then we'll work on it after that. So far a bit of a mixed bag, I would say, here in the chip space. Now. Yeah, and then that was the other thing that we mentioned about Broadcom, right? Like Broadcom, notice was down 3 or 4% when we did that.
It's getting
sort of
smoked.
scan there.
It's 3.5% down. It's at the lows when the market's at the highs. The first thing I checked over was like, okay, well, was Google weak? We could have been moving with Alphabet the last little bit, but Alphabet some of their lows. So Broadcom looking like it's in a little bit of trouble. I wanted to get that halt. It's AHMA. For you guys, Ambition's enterprise management company halted to the upside at 11.19, 11.89, 12.65 task. So it's looking like it's going to open close to the high of the day. So this one, the small capper is running. I believe this is the one that had 3 million float. That BT, the other one came with a B, was a little bit bigger. For now, this market is trying to pull back. Still looking to, I'm just going to move my border here on BMNR. Like holding range and Bitcoin, some of it. So I feel like if we get the bottom of that range, I should fill at the bottom of the range and then work to the low of the day. Maybe add this trend hold where you're getting lower high, heading to the short on those lower highs. So Bitcoin about to break the low. Not the overnight low, like the low from open range here at 47. Yeah. It's underneath 86,000. We're starting to come back in to said downside. So, yeah, just looking for a couple more pennies and we get that fill. Tesla has been relatively strong, but does not hold that break of 430. So let me use these. Sorry about that. There's a lot of these weird handles on the Friday. If I try to show you Friday's price act, I have to try to get rid of. But 430 just rejected again. So we're in some trouble there as Tesla on a big upward trend. An eye into Intel for me. Throwing away AMD. That one's going oppo to what was expected, so I'm not going to be trading that. Thank you for the super chat. Josu in the super chat with just NVIDIA. That works. We all own it. We all love it. And it's at the highs. NVIDIA at the highs, Broadcom at the lows.
Yeah, we're, meanwhile, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for the chat of supers there. Yeah, but there goes Qs starting to break lower. So I think this market now, hopefully we got it right where we need it. We are now at the highest spot we've been at all day, just trying to hold on to the better trades and, seeing if this wants to work out for us. So nice there. And Micron is the name that we just haven't been able to really find our way out of. It's my number one P&L. It's not making the moves that I had hoped for lower, especially on that move. So we'll be very, very careful with it. And then we have power here as well, 167, 168. making some moves there for PLTR. So that's going to be something to talk about here and break through that high. And then some names that are going to go with crypto, right? We sort of been looking at crypto and it's starting to fall back in right now. Look at Robinhood that we've done a good enough job sort of building the bull case and bear case for Robinhood. And when crypto doesn't go, neither does this name. So with Bitcoin, both Robinhood, both down that 4 to 5% there, and going a little lower. So I really enjoy watching this name bounce with crypto because at least we got sort of a leading indicator situation here for Robinhood. But if we think that crypto is getting down below this $80,000 mark, which hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, think that obviously Robinhood does bring, maybe we see that 9 handle that we've been calling and a buy down there near 89 could be in play there for that. We have Open Door as well, an interesting name there, looking at 7. So I still like that level there on Open 7, and we do have something that you might be able to see sometimes in there behind us, but we have this stock visualizer. You got to get into the chat, and I wanted to see, you got to become a subscriber. If you are a subscriber, then you'll be able to vote in this chat, and you can put what you want on here. We've talked a little bit about QTB there as well, NVIDIA. There's that AHMA as well that Neil's talked about a couple times. Alibaba, I mean, yeah, let's go Alibaba, a name that we bought last at whoopsies there, at 160. Nicely cooking today as some of those Chinese ADRs getting off the mat just a little bit. MSTR, wow, that name just getting pumped today, down 6.5. Walmart breaking through. Another, positive retail story. And we talked about Black Friday, well, you weren't here on Friday, but with Obi, and I was like, just stick with Walmart. It's breaking higher. A true play, obviously, on retail, and then you get,
AI.
Yeah, and you get a nice little bump there with some of the deals with OpenAI and whatnot. Rivian catching a very nice day today, up to 17 and change again. So Rivian up 3.5% there. SLV, Micron coming in again. So SMX would be a name that we could talk about that we maybe in a bit, but get in the chat right now, push $sign and whatever symbol you want, and we can have a quick look, like Getty's of the world and some of these quantum names. Yeah, I was going to say, like, they're just getting hit. It seems like whenever the NASDAQ is a little red, so down another cent there on this name that, of course, no profits, nothing going on for Rigetti, no revenues, but a quantum space.
Profit?
I don't believe
no?
so. I don't think
that's an unprofitable company?
Yeah,
oh, shoot.
Yeah, as well. And I think SMR, yeah, I know, another,
Look, man,
another one.
I own some D-Wave shares.
Yeah.
Those companies don't make money. They don't even have real, their revenues are essentially they're nothing. A couple 100,000 here, a mil here, a mil there, like Tony Montana can go on the streets and earn your revenues in like one move here or there, then you're not.
Yeah, that was in the 80s.
That exactly.
If Tony Montana was around or 8, he'd make Michael say.
That was also kind of cap, because when he's like, I'll make a mill there on the streets, what you talking about in the 80s, he wasn't pulling that kind of stuff.
But I mean, you're making these investments, obviously, in these names because you believe in what's to come.
Exactly. You think you're the pot of gold.
Yeah.
That being said,
which you might.
Speaking specifically.
You reloaded the future.
In those names. Like you can have quantum exposure without being like woodshedded. Like you can just go into Google IM or like always forget what you can have. Microsoft. There you go.
237.
So anyways, if we go back over to trading, silver, first pullback here in silver for the first time. And so far the shorts are looking out. Bitcoin's going to close under VWAP, so BM&R might give me the reload. It hasn't yet. But here comes silver dipping into the volume weighted average price. Since it broke, this is the first available in SLV. It's some all-time highs, everybody. So this is looking pretty strong, at least in terms of trend. Just looking for that curl off up here to get involved. And if you look on Friday, now I wasn't here, but it did pull back at about 10 o'clock, at 10:20. You can't make this up. Like, maybe it's doing exactly the same thing that it did on Friday. A little bit of a rally, pull back into VWAP at this time of day. So just being a little for silver to get the entry point. Again, all-time highs here. I'm assuming GLD is going to give you a similar look as well. And what I am in still, into Intel things at 1% area. But BM&R, after first looking for that big secondary flush breakdown, it's just settled into a range-bound trade. So traded in the range instead of expecting the big move. I mean, short it with a tighter stop and then scalp inside the area. If it breaks down, then we can hold the rest. Bigger solid play to the downside is Bitcoin starting to roll over. I mean, ETH as well. I'll show you guys ETHA. I tend to look at Bitcoin or IBIT to see as the futures, but ETHA, same thing. Holding the lows and kind of a range-bound trade. So while it's doing that, you scalp inside of the range. If it breaks out, it's kind of an easy put any shorts. Market's still trying to go, and I see Rookie Trader mentioning something that we don't look at very often. Post-split, thought we'd be more active with Netflix. The stock I don't have this one on my like normal radar of, hey, let's go through our watch list of names that I want to trade every single day or look at the levels. Netflix isn't usually one of them, and it's breaking out along with the market. A little bit better than the market right now. Here for Netflix. I don't think I watched anything on Netflix this weekend. Actually, that's not true. Lie. They have like a fireplace.
Oh, yeah, we did that too.
So we put up the fireplace thing while we put up our Christmas tree. So there you go. I watched Netflix this weekend.
Yeah, we got our Christmas tree is pretty nice there. We got the original, the OG from the outdoor trees left and right. Okay, here we go. Just real quickly, as it's 10:11, like I'm trying to find good trades that have some longevity to them, and I don't know. I'm thinking this Micron trade has something potentially, get this fill eventually, breaking a little lower. But I'm just going to put out another bid of this 235.25 area, see if we can get another fill. We just took a short there in around 236, giving us this average price in the 70s. So just right here, right now. We've taken profits out of this name, and we could go red. Like if this goes up here and rips out through this 238, the only reason, so if you get out, if I get out of this position right now, it's a jam and we're completely fine. It's my number one P&L stock. But I'm willing to reload a little bit of this near 237.75, like sort of these highs, to see do against that peak high. So if Micron gets going, I do have a plan to get a little bit more shares short for months. So hopefully that doesn't necessarily come to fruition too much there, because I would prefer it going south side. But as it really takes off to the upside, a little bit of a completely different story here today for the broader markets, because they're looking like they want to go up, man. We were down 1% or so when we opened the show. Now up down only 0.4. So we are live at 8 a.m. every day. All right. Want to talk some super chats? Let's go then. What about Andre? Did open split?
Open didn't split.
Maybe open split. How they go? The contracts work and what they. Okay. Well, when are?
You're talking about the warrants?
When are they opening? No, he's talking about all these things. There's get repriced. If there is there a plan to open door split? So Dara hasn't heard anything up front yet, but doesn't mean it's not true. But everything, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Everything priced. The TQQ's spin half there. They just got repriced. Everything is pretty simple and straightforward as far as all that is concerned. Dara?
I'm not seeing split related, so it does not look like it could be down the line. I'm not saying it's not, but it's not planned yet.
Okay, so and maybe just thinking if that something like that does happen, or if about the warrants, they're all going to be different beasts all together, right? And so great super chat, but just everything. The market is dynamic; it will slowly adjust everything. So I don't know a better way of putting that. And it's just stay tuned for those announcements, and just keep checking your account. And,
Steve Irwin.
Yeah. What's up, Steve?
I don't know, maybe.
So for those Crocs.
And the Steve Irwin.
So for those.
Keith, thanks, guys. Keep up the good work. Tuning in.
Yeah.
And make sure you're tuning in at 8 a.m., everybody, because this is it's a permanent new start. I saw a few people, always have a few that maybe you haven't tuned in a little bit. You're like, oh, why are these guys already on? Well, it's because we decided that we wanted to give you guys a little bit more in the morning, a little bit of a longer look in here so we can get to more topics. And one of them was, then people said, you didn't talk about silver and gold. We did, but it was really early in the show, I believe. I think I missed. We're back into the volume weighted average price in silver. I'm going to give it to 52. I don't like if you got an area to stop out, so I want to give it a little bit of room, but it's trying to bounce off VWAP, and it's not doing a very good job. So the shorts have been better. Like for myself, like BMR, the only two things that have been good, AMD, but silver, I want to give multiple shots at the long. Either it's holding VWAP here or we're waiting for that actual gap fill. So there's a lot of room to work or obviously not work. Oh, that's right. It's Eastern time, by the way.
Right.
Someone just put in there. Because I saw a few people that didn't get that right. Yeah, it's Eastern time, obviously. We're all about the markets, the U.S. market, and when the U.S. market opens up, that's what we care about. So if we're only ever not, U.S. market is going to be closed. But silver, just like AMD, not hold. I said I'd give it to 52, and we took our shot. That VWAP bounce doesn't look like it wants to hold. I will wait for a potential mean reversion, like I can slap a trend line on it, but there isn't much to work with on. Like VWAP, great. Took our shot there, but this trend line will probably take at least another 15-minute bar to give me anything. We just pull in that gap. Now it's close to the low of the day right now, so we'll check back in on the shorts. Like I said, this one breaks down. I'm looking for 29.6. Just zoom out, go to Thursday. That's where the Wednesday. There was no trading on Thursday. Go to Wednesday, and that's where the support was BMNR, about 29.5. So looking for that buck position, and Intel sort of the same thing as well for that short. It just can't seem to break down that low of the day yet. It's gone one per several times, but no breakthrough through 39.5. We've got to watch this one a little bit like a hawk. The longer it holds this range, the more likely that, hey, the market's trending up. Now it's got resistance at 40. Eventually, if it just set a range and the market keeps breaking out, Intel's likely to go. Right? They had that big story and a positive story, potentially making chips for Apple. We'll see. It's a big client for them. Obviously good news, but it already rallied 10% on Friday. I usually think a day after that. So far, it's been kind of 1%, and that's about it.
Yeah, I like the chip space, but I thought today it was going to be a little weaker than it is, and it's pretty strong considering where AMD is going. We did see a move kind of opposite early on Google, down into 314. Like I'm always wondering about like where the dip buy opportunities are on this name, and you know how low are we going to go? Because I want to buy more Google, like hand over fist, basically. Just needs to come into the area, and we can start to do that. For right now, you know, not much going on. We just got, okay, so that was Micron. All right, so there go, okay, so now Micron should be going. And I was wondering like, okay, what was the next fill? Well, I guess that has been discovered right now with Micron. So here Micron is starting to go immediately there to the upside, and so now 236.80, sorry, is our price. We just got a nice little fill. Wrong on this one. Micron looking like it wants to continue higher, so we're going to use that little tip as our out. So breaking through 238.50 or so there for Micron. So how many shares do we have? Good, we are okay with that. So 238, and that is a little bit jumpy there. So you know, if we do break it of like maybe 70s to see if we can get out of the majority of this Micron position if we do break that area. So Micron outside if it breaks through the high of the day, which is 50s. Well, it's really 30s, but we'll give it a little bit of room there. Spread right here, right now it's not bad, the spread, you know, but if it breaks, you're going to have to be very, very cautious of that move there. All right, so the next, and that is the TQs. So during that little bit of a move down there, we're able to get some more out into the 70s. But again, the market looks to be resilient today. Some of these highs, and I mean, the ES faded back just a little bit. The NASDAQ is now 20 handles away from taking out some of those highs, but coming back in just on, let's have a little bit of faith and see if some of these names can work out for us. But for right now, it is a waiting game. You know, will this come back in? We are short right here at 237 on Micron. It just gave us some flat trades back in there. If we get anything near 237, let's take some out. Pressure is mounting here for the upside break of these names, led by, honestly, man, AMD was, what a banger that was early. Just boom, right there. We were lucky to have gotten out and have a good stop order in that area. But okay, we are now 10 minutes away also from Kevin O'Leary coming through, so that should get ready to discuss crypto with him and Bit Zero and some different things that he's involved in. That's Kevin. Adara with their segment is on right about now.
Let's talk here. Q to start. This one definitely one of the hottest hottest small caps this morning. It was actually on our watch list today as well. QTTB is the ticker. This company selling their phase 2 complement inhibitor for a $12 million upfront payment. Good look here for QTTB. Let's talk here about AHM. Is this Ambitions Enterprise? Could not for AHMA. Nice push to the upside for this one, about a 2 million share float, just under. So small float for AHMA. Even smaller float though for Vital. FT of 330,000 shares. So 330,000 share float for FTEL, 6.5% to be sold short, roughly $3 million cap. FTEL actually has news today as well, announcing a $3 million share repurchase program. So FTEL, AH, and QTTB, the small cap tickers to Sean and Neil.
Move down. Micron, not really. There goes TQs. So nice move back in now at the low of the last half hour here as we continue to hold market. So let's see what winds up as we sit here short, like I just said, this lovely market of ours, and more importantly with the Qs, and then as we wait to see what Micron for us as we're short right here at 237.
And everybody bouncing a little crazy here. We've been digging into changes, and we've been able to stumble across BTCC. It's top 30 globally, and here's the funny part. It's never, not once, hacked. And while major exchanges keep getting smoked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero can see if you're in the US, Canada, and Europe, and on top through Trader TV, you can get 100 USDT coupons for registering and a 15% bonus that covers is up to 15K. Seriously, you're not really missing much here. We've got everything for you, and you can code to see more information. Shout out to BTCC, and as I know you've seen in the Triple J, I'm an MSU fan, so Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies, former Defensive Player of the Year, shouting out BTCC. But the market just did another turn.
Yeah.
We call again. $40. It is what it is. We're going almost exactly to 40 on Intel, back to and then to the low, which is at 39.6 as it continues to plunge. 2 set downside. Trying to fight here, and then BMNR is going to quickly show you tracking towards its low of the day. We're going to hit low of the day here. IBIT continues to flush. Reload no longer off of this 30.75 on BMNR, but I'm volume weighted average price, or even the 30 even, as we start to come back in here for sure. Let's see what happens. AMD was been obviously a rocket ship for most things. It's now holding said volume weight. BMNR just came out, we took the buck on that. But you're not even bringing VWAP on AMD. This one seems built a little different this morning. It was just rolling over. I'm like, okay, well, AMD's at that 17. This was the level that I liked. Let's see if it can fail off 17 right here for AMD. So I do eyeballs on this pretty closely because this is a level I like. It's at VWAP. If it fails underneath here, I would look to try to short it again. And if the market does, this is one that I want to watch on the radar. AMD flat, but that was a heck of a rally into 220 that we saw.
Yeah, this is quite the day here, guys, that we're right now. Up and down, lots of opportunities to get in and get good. And there it is, man. The TQs go downside again. Let's go finally, man. We're trying these on board here. Let's punch a little bit out there. 30s, as here we come back in off of their fade zone there for Micron. And again, at the all day for myself right now. So pretty happy with the performance there. And we really believed in this short of the market. So we actually just got a 50 fill there. And we could have just got it again, as we'll wait to see if this market actually gives it up and comes back a little bit. So we're short the TQs. And these are just, I've only taken the AMD, Micron, the Qs, and they're all written on right here. And the only other thing done maybe was look at SoFi, and that's pulling back in quite nice as well. Let's go market. Really would be really appreciated if this tank were to happen right now. That would be very. Those Micron now back in the money at $1.30, $1.32, looking to break below this 236. I'm at 235.80s right now. So if we do get a little down into that, That'd be cool. And then 50s is the 5th period moving average, but we're still thinking for lower, right? Maybe we do get that VWAP finally, and we did have some pressure for 50 to 235. So watch out there for potential movement again in the AI space with Micron. So bids there. Shopify we talked about a little bit earlier today as well. We can have obviously a quick look over there at Shopify and see if there's anything going on here. Still down 3%, but higher. They opened up pretty bad, man, down about 4.5%. Nice rebound there for Shopify. PayPal and so on and forth as well today. Dancing. I talked about QBTS and Rigetti and some of those names, but right now Fintech on side, it looks like right here. All right, more out on Micron. I don't know if there's anything else you guys want us to look at. We do have
a halter here.
Okay, FLYE.
Yeah, it's that fly stock. It's halted at $9, or $8.90 with a 9.10 tap. This is like the 4th or 5th halt. Check that, way more than that. 1, 2, 3. It might be the 5th halt, but just be careful with this. 600,000 shares of volume. It's an hour into the market. This only traded just over. There's not much liquidity on this. Be very, very careful with trading this. It's not like the other small cappers we've been talking about with.
There's no news on it either, Neil. All I'm seeing is halted in the circuit breaker to the upside, because I was confused seeing it at all on my news plotters or scanners. Probably A, the volume, and B, the lack of news would be the reason for this.
Yeah, and this is a habitual pump, and well, you guys can see the chart. The first time it is pumped, and every single time it is absolutely pulled back. So it looks like there's a level at $10.50 to watch out for. Whether you can't, it's hard to. It's more like a wick top, but yeah, looking very fly at least for now is FLYE. Again, no idea what they do, and no actual catalyst. I always say no one ever went broke taking profit, but especially if you don't have any news with the stock. So Intel tracking towards that 40. The market WAP. I think if this 40 gets taken out here, you've been making some higher lows, so I'm not reloading it this particular time. I'd like to see it now closing the volume weighted average price. That would look much better. And it looks like Broadcom is finally catching a bit of a bid. Maybe that's going to give something. It's weird, like Broad's weak and AMD was strong. I'm like, oh, well, maybe AMD will get weak when Broadcom catches a bid. But AMD does not underneath VWAP. It's headed right back higher. Not shorting this, as it now resuming that upward trend here is AMD. So stayed away from it this time, because I was looking for the fade under VWAP here for advanced micro devices. Super green on the session into a market, and probably because NVIDIA is up 1%. Thank you, Jensen, for AI is going to change the world. Shocking. I didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah, that's a big shocker for me as well there. Yeah, look, we've decided right now that Micron's not going to be that super short, maybe. We thought the market does pull back there and Micron kind of goes a little higher. So we'll just basically take the put on there, because risk to reward gets fine right here, 238.50, breakout out on Micron if this fits. So we're going to be very, very careful with that one. The reason why I'm saying, because look at the market, right? Just gave us these lows, but Micron not. Maybe Oracle's doing a little bit better now, up to 201 again. As we had some talk about some of the data build out, right? The data centers that was associated with those, and how Oracle's been sort of leading that pack there, making deals with OpenAI and you know, putting in their numbers, 100 billion or so moving forward there with Oracle and OpenAI. And if that somehow falls out, then that little guy had made, which was a monster guide, that's really rocketed this thing, man, to stratospheres that were unheard of for such a major market. That just went up 30 or 40% day after, 2 days after their earnings call, and then it just came right back in as people said, hey, what there is a little bit of froth in some of this. And we also did have build out and sort of spend with Meta come back inside as well, down now 1.3%. Not only that, there is competition, right? Competition in China. And, you know, we saw yes. Nice move down there from Micron. Okay. So Micron's now back in now. We just got a piece out at there on Micron. It's 237 ends right there. I'm going to put another bid. Does flush. That just changed my net nicely right there on the downside. This synopsis deal. There's some talk about here. Sorry, S&P.
You said it right.
It's because I did Blue Ocean there. Right there, the NASDAQ. Just hearing it in our ear that they're just going over some stuff here. I don't know who's talking about, but maybe Adara has some sort of news there. With a kicker on NVIDIA today, so for SNPS if you are.
Here's what's being said here. The CEO of Synopsys talking right now, saying that NVIDIA's $2 billion investment in the company does not contain any commitments to purchase NVIDIA chips. So that's just being mentioned here by Synopsys CEO, nothing massive. Back to you.
No, just kidding. Like, what's if you're down? If you're not contributing to the circle jerk. BMNR is continuing to break lower. So I'm going to try to jump back. If you're not bouncing the VWAP, then this is the first growth since $30. So we're going to look to fade this as we get back to whether it's the prior morning lows. That'll be 29.5 or the 29.35 that we're sitting at. And I said I wasn't going to reload on Intel. Another higher got put in. So now I'm kind of tracking this on INTC. So if we break the trend line, that's the opportunity to get more short. If it breaks 40, I can just jump for another opportunity, or we take this trend line down and I'll short it underneath as well. Bitcoin underneath 80K and losing a bit of steam. Silver broke trend, so we waited for it to break trend, and now we're long off the trend line and for that prior bar. But I want this playing back into the high of the day. So Intel I'm watching very, very closely. BMNR, again, getting BMNR is because, well, I mean, it falls further than everything else in crypto. It's down 12%. IBIT, I know it's a 24-hour market percent there. ETH, obviously not more than that as well. 9% sort of outpacing things. Here we go. As is crypto, which is leading and continuing on this. Hey, it's Black Monday, but
it is.
It's looking the
Cyber Monday. Let's not call this Black Monday.
Bleakest is looking the blue. Well, it's Monday for crypto.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Down 5.
And again, it's a 24-hour market. 9% down from where we were on Friday. 9.
Yeah. Not great movement. We will have Kevin going through to talk about one of his in the crypto space. So that should be a lot of fun coming through there for Kevin, and always an interesting talk. He's getting ready there in the green room, so we're excited to have him momentarily. Kevin O'Leary, of course, a friend of the show, and we'll talk to him about everything on the Bit Zero. So that's coming out very, very soon. All right, so there goes Micron. Let's go bearish right now on MU, and we just caught another dollar on that name. Good short, big short early on Micron, 230 to 232, 231 there as well. 236 downside there for Micron. Downside again there for Mike. Go Micron. Let's get going right now, man. As we guided, that was maybe a good idea to short these plays, and here it comes right back into 236, man. It is Micron now $1.50 in the money, but bouncing maybe. We just take and this is what we do differently than everybody else, right? I mean, if we see an opportunity to potentially scout it right here, I'm going to do that. So there's 236. We're going to get another. There it is. We just got 15s again. So let's go see if there is a flush on. Highest spot we've been at all day, man. If Kevin's watching, we've got some cash flow in the account right now. As here back in, Neil. Oh boy, this is a big. As there goes the TQs, man, tracking lower. We got NASDAQ. It's a short. This is my biggest day of the month. Yeah, it's only the first of the month, but here we go. We're having a good little day today as the markets fall over itself, Neil. There it goes, man. The TQs we've been holding all morning. Finally, the NASDAQ downside there on this triple levered monster. And then there it goes, Micron. A bunch of reloads up here at the top side, able to do that rate. You know, we always get very interesting guests in, but as you can see, we have someone we leveled up. Right here, we've got Kevin O'Leary very, very soon, so that should be fun. No, not yet. We'll be talking to Kevin and CEO of BitZero as well, so that should be fun. But yeah, man, we are cruising right now today. Nice trading here with Micron, really starting to hit to the downside. Another $2 winner here. Intel, BM, hi-ho. I think one of the only long we've had today, right, would be silver.
Yeah, well, yeah, actually.
haven't had any. So
For a second, I was like, no, but it is only long.
go, Mark.
I think it's gonna stay the only long because it's about the only thing I like. P&R just jumped right back in. We got it at the broke the low, so we shorted underneath the low, and now it made a nice low. The one thing that is common about that is that I'm talking about the lows because crypto continue to get a bit of a. I also finally got this trade here on Intel, so 40 level. But once the trend broke, I did and added some more shares. My average price 80. If we break VWAP, the prior bar is going to be 30.93. So that's the plan of action there. And on mention, and one more to go. Silver made fresh all-time highs on Friday. Today, I guess it briefly made some fresh all-time, but it also broke a trend line to the upside, closing up. My next offers are at buys. We get back to 52.3, and then 52.4, a little bit more out there. So, yeah, a little bit of a. I'm going to show you what just. I'm going to show you my Bitcoin because a little bit of a bind. But look at this bottoming tail that could be formed here on IBIT. That's the biggest volume since the open, and we just rushed back through 40, and we're cracking back in on 80. So if we come into 85 here, this might be a good place to jump out of BMNR because then you don't want to get too trapped of the day. Trend has been down, but Bitcoin is trying to turn around. So I'm going to tighten to just above the break. Don't want to get trapped at these lows. It's one thing in the trend, but you never want to get trapped shorting at the low of the day. If it gets to VWAP, long before we get there. And shout out to everyone throwing your names in there. Just want to remind, if you are in the chat, first of all, you have to be a sub to be in the chat, so hit the subscribe. But type DINE in front of your symbols. So for everyone hollering, saying, hey, on with NVIDIA, Jensen says AI is going to change the world, and cheerleads all the way to 1% update. Type in $NVDA. That way it shows up on our stock visualizer to see. And it's not like we're going to miss NVIDIA, but maybe there's a small capper that's moving we're not seeing. Maybe the hood is good, and we're not paying attention. But let us know. Make sure you type that $. So didn't reload on BMNR, probably a good decision, as I think that was a pretty bottom that just happened on Bitcoin. If it gets me up at 30, certainly I'm loaded. But we'll let this move upside, kind of self down a bit. BMNR is also SSR. We're 10% down today, so it is short sell rate.
All right, yeah, there goes. As we talked a little bit about crypto here, we're getting ready to have Kevin O'Leary and BitZero CEO with us very, very shortly. So we're just getting them for their time today. All right, so there's a good cover there, down and at the 200 PR, the NASDAQ. But let's just take this quick little moment here to once again look at the broad and see if there is anything that's potentially green today as we sort of do. What about oil? You know, oil's a nice move there today. Energy. We've talked to Kevin about energy, XOM, CVX, some nice moves higher, PSX, Valero. So, you know, just that's pretty much the only green, a little bit of transport there. But sometimes there are these sector shifts, and with the NASDAQ getting hit and some negativity left side over here, we can see energy and bumping around. All right, set up and we're excited. Let's go over to our of the day. It's Mr. O'Leary.
Special guest here with us, the chairman of O'Leary Ventures in BX. We also have Mohammed Bakhashwi, CEO of BitZero Holdings. Have both of you on here with us today, and I want to start with for you, Kevin, about crypto. Coins down roughly 32% from its latest time high of 120 in early October. Actually traded as low as $8,000 a couple weeks ago. So do you expect to see a near-term rebound in Bitcoin, or do you anticipate further selling?
Be a little bit more selling. Let me explain the backdrop to what's happening here. It goes back to when the Genius Act was passed, which made stable legal. That took a little air out of Bitcoin because there was a narrative for years that become a form of digital currency. And that has been replaced by the legal aspect of stablecoins. And so if you look at the volatile coins being used internationally, they're very active. Now it's legal tender, so you can use it in Switzerland or Saudi Arabia or wherever. Use the stable coin of your choice, and the banks themselves in the U.S., money center banks, are moving ahead with their versions of stable coins. And so should you own Bitcoin for digital currency or payment settlement system? The answer is no. Pure speculation like gold is. So that took a bit of air out of it, but it's what's going on everything else that is causing a little market. Let me explain that. We have a new act going through Congress called the CLAC, which solves the problem as to whether Ethereum is a commodity or a security, on and on and on, and there are thousands of tokens. But usually correction in the market, you would have all of the altcoins or ratcoins, or excuse my French, shitcoins, whatever you want to call them, and there are thousands of them, have a large correction, but they would bounce back. This time, they're not bouncing back. The reason that is occurring is very simple. Investors have figured out you need to own 2 positions to capture 97.5% of all crypto. That's Bitcoin itself and Ethereum. If I own now, if you own those 2, it doesn't matter what happens anywhere else because everything else is moving with a much higher vol to the side and not recovering anymore because they have no use case. So Ethereum gives you to the blockchain, which is for 12 years been discussed in financials, and Bitcoin is the granddaddy digital gold, if you wish. Don't own anything else. Now, there's a Solana story, and Solana's done a very good job of spending millions in marketing to get tickers the same way that Ethereum are. Unfortunately, into the narrative, due to some malware recently, was this concern about security on trading systems, skimming fees on Solana. Solana blows itself up every 6 to 8 weeks with a story like that, so it's not secure the way Ethereum is, at least in the perceived. So you don't even need that one. You need ETH and Bitcoin. And I'm not sure that's going to change because unless you spend millions of dollars in marketing and give a use case for your shitcoin or coin or your rat coin or whatever the hell you want to call it, no one is going to pay attention to it. And it will stay down where it is. And some of these coins, 70, 80%, we haven't seen that in years. So the era of the shit over, and now people will really look at use case. And for that, all you point in Ethereum. There's a synopsis for you. That's the way I'm investing in it.
It's very interesting to see the context with these coins with regards to what's happening in the larger crypto space. I do want to talk here, Mohammed. I want to congratulate you guys here on investment over at BitZero. Can you tell us a little bit more about the company and their data centers across and U.S., as well as what makes your company stand out from others in this space?
Thanks. It's been a long ride to build this growth platform to the market finally. We've been accumulating assets over the past years in the power resources, kind of anticipating the energy hunger we see in the market today. It's from AI or Bitcoin mining, the biggest 2 energy consumers today competing over power. We've been utilizing our capacity online to mine Bitcoin for the past years. We see Bitcoin mining as a stable source of revenue for our power. We look at it as a return on cash on our investments. So anytime we invest in Bitcoin miners or anytime we invest in purchase rate to increase our capacity, look at it as a return on cash. That's how the miners are pricing. So as long as we're doing wisely, we're return on cash and putting our power to good use while preparing the infrastructure of our 1.5 gigawatts and growing for other industries and to capital the hunger in the market.
Yeah, thank you for giving us that overview of the business. I want to have in for a second here. We talked a lot about crypto. Now I want your thoughts on the AI. I heard a lot of talk about whether or not AI is a bubble as of late. I want to hear your thoughts on the many potential applications for data centers that maybe aren't being as discussed with that in mind.
You know, that's a question. And so, no, I don't think on AI. I'll tell you why. There is a use case for AI in all 11 of the economy. And in fact, it's being used in all sectors and all in a plethora of cases. for margin enhancement and for product. I don't care if you're in real estate or you're in services, AI is already used. And so 2 years ago was a question of would this ever prove out to provide any kind of value, and it has. So now we got a really big problem, and it's called the grid. There's no power left. And so we about BitZero and why I invested in it. It's because BitZero is actually a power. If you see what they've done, and you've got to hand it, the management, I applaud what Mo has achieved over the last. He went out and got power sub 6 cents a kilowatt hour in countries like Norway and Finland, built facilities there. So it's a real estate company, a power company, a permit company, and its case is whatever anybody wants to use the power for. He's cash flowing on mining Bitcoin, which I like to own. We talked about which cryptos are one of them. And then for the stuff going on in Finland and Norway, it's come one, come all. Who needs power? 6 cents a kilowatt hour. Are you a data center? Are you compute? Are you AI? Whatever you need it for, you can use it because we have the permits, we have the power. That's the idea to this company. And by the way, this is infrastructure play on AI. You're kind of agnostic to which player you service. I don't care who leases this land or ultimately or wants to join on the power contract. I just know we have it because I always say, invest in the picks and shovels, any new technology. You can, NVIDIA, and I do, and that's been a great thing to own as we talk about it all the time, and there's AMD, but those are the actual assets that trade, and there's a bit of all. But why not own the actual infrastructure? In the case of crypto, you own the exchange, which I do. But I also want to own the infrastructure of AI, and that power. Power, power, power. If you don't have power, you got BitZero has power.
Let's talk a little bit more about that power. For you here, Mohammed, your company just started trading on the Canadian Securities Exchange. Congratulations. And you said you're going to be working with Adelaide Capital for investor relations services. Sees any other next steps for BitZero from out?
The next steps for us is grow within our own yard. Let the market enjoy the platform built and is now just growing within itself. I look at BitZero as a growth platform that is secured. It's secured north of 1.5 gigawatts in its own hands to keep growing year after year, quarter after quarter, developing and providing the power to whatever needs it the most and most sense for the company. The last couple of years, we've been acquiring land and secure while maintaining cash flows and growing our moderation to allow us to do that. So mining has served to carry ourselves while we secure the contracts, purchase the land, and bring this platform to the market in order to go for the larger growth, which is our 1.5+ gigawatts, and serve a lot of players and a lot of entities. So that's what comes.
Thank you so much for that overview. We've got some questions here from Neil and Sean, so we're going to send you over to the desk.
Kevin, thank you, Mohammed, both for coming on. I just want the question I wanted to ask, Kevin. You talked a little bit about we only need things. I like the fact we need because those are the two that happen to hold. But I want to get your what the effect is having in the crypto space right now, and I think maybe causing some people to be a little bit more concerned. That's going to create increased volatility, all these leverage positions going on. What your thoughts are, whether that's going to be a good thing or bad. I'm going to state of mind like, okay, so we're going to have to understand it can rock a little bit, but you got to hold true. But lots of people feeling a little bit skittish about all this leverage.
Leverage came in with the emergence of the DATs starting about 5 months ago. And one of the reasons to create a DAT or a treasury, you're not allowed to own the token itself. So if you have some Ethereum, there's an Ethereum DAT, which is an equity. And put that into your Schwab or Fidelity account or your TD account, whatever it is, without knowing whether you can put a token in or not. Along with that came this risk for yield. And so in order to get yield, you have to add. People said, well, if I'm going to hold this thing and it's just sitting in there, it's an ETH DAT, there was a Salon, there's other DATs, you have to put leverage on. And in doing so, you create the yield that you pay out on a monthly or quarterly distribution. But I think went a little overboard and starting to offer yields over 7%, and that really jamma putting a ton of leverage on it. Of course, when the underlying security corrected, it had an accelerator effect to the side. And so there's an immense yield, and most people do know how to structure a yield into anything they own on crypto. Stake it, or where to do it, or what the laws are about it. And so these four of them. Unfortunately, if you bought that on the issuance, you're down anywhere from percent, and today down even some more. But the structure itself, because there's many people that can't afford having the tokens, they're not allowed to. But I think the bigger issue goes to the fact, and you said it yourself, the story, if all you own is Bitcoin, you're getting 90% of the alpha of the market. So why need all the rest of the crap? And it makes life a lot easier. So you can ETH in an ETF, you can own it in an ETF. I choose not to. And by the way, ETFs will be allowed to provide yield too in a product form. So that means kind of the death of DATs going forward, because I'd rather just own an ETF if I could get yield on it. But my suspicion yields would be more like 4%, 5 max, because people are seeing the effects of leverage. So we're getting a massive cleanup, which I think is in the crypto market. But think about numbers tell you don't own all the crap. You just need to own 2 positions, and it's very easy to manage them.
Well, that puts a smile on my face. I appreciate it. One thing I know here in Canada, I'll tell you, like owning it outside ETF, there's advantages in like a savings account for anyone that's trying to do that. Then you can have it like a TFSA or in the US. Otherwise, not getting any yield, being able to stake it, I think can be a disadvantage for a lot of people. Sean?
I was gonna say, Kevin, hey Kevin, how's it going? Isn't 5% decent for those ETFs? Is that something we should maybe consider parking some of in? I mean, some of the best stocks out there, XOM, these dividend aristocrats, that 3 to 5%. That sounds pretty good, just to hold some of that digital gold. And if you're going to be paid for it, thoughts on that percentage, and how do you think you are to that realistic number?
Well, here's the hurdle. If you look at Robinhood or and you just take a stable coin and put your account, this morning you're getting 0.1% yield. Right. So that and that's now a legal asset. It hasn't happened in Canada yet, but I'm sure it's coming. The OSC will probably follow what they get on that. And so that's the hurdle. You're going to take the vol risk and own or BTC. You're going to have to take 4.1% to get their money out of the stable coin and put it into somewhere there's capital upside. Right now we're on the downside on BTC, but that's why the DATs were formed. Obviously, the first DAT's Bitcoin, then you got Ethereum, and there's others out there. But the problem is, if you don't at least what the market yield is on a stable coin in one of these exchanges, you're not going to move a lot of money in. And today there's some outflows out of those DATs. You're right, 4 is kind of the hurdle, but you can own equities that are companies that generate cash. They're competing right now. I think about BTC, which I've owned for a long time, and I can stomach volatility, and I have, is have some diversification. Figure out whether you have to hold it in a DAT for yield or not. I know how to get yield on my BTC, but I only own BTC. And frankly, I've done better than the overall index because I don't own the shitcoin now. Right. That's sort of the way I thought it.
I think that's of looking at things. And I wanted to talk to you quickly about a is loved by some and hated by many, I think. And that's China, especially nowadays. You just mentioned NVIDIA has been in hold for a while. We'll see where it goes to maybe hold on to that and not worry about its ups and because today we had Jensen Huang say that AI is the future of everything. Surprise there that he's going to say that as CEO. But Google with their new TPUs there and the deal with Broadcom. And then we have trouble with Quen and some of their models kicking. Take any names in China. We're going to be U.S. and Canada centric here, moving forward with some of these AI ideas.
The Chinese market. I just don't like the Chinese market. And so let's talk NVIDIA, AMD, Google, everybody chips to compete for AI. The policy's broken. It makes sense to not sell the Chinese chips. So if you're NVIDIA, you want to flood the market with the new iteration of 18 months. And the development cycle is shorter and shorter and shorter. Find out whether you're going to win or lose on all the software-rich tech stacks.
Right.
When you hold back the chips from China, you invite these to compete with you on the hardware stack, which is crazy policy. It's a shame. And I think this idea that your whole latest version and not Chinese just accelerates a future competition with a country that is already shown that they are not your friend. We're in a competition with them militarily, economically, and market share-wise. You want Huawei to spend more money on chips to compete against NVIDIA, just don't give them the latest chips. For all the companies, the policy should be out of the government of the U.S. and anybody else who cares. Everybody, everything, all of the time. And compete on who writes the software. Everybody wants to write the software that's the way it works. And so the midline giving it to them, the China developers. We want to fight it out. And every Chinese developer, give them a pound in North America and their family and writing code here. Bad on holding back on chips. That's the problem.
I like that better. I mean, Coder, if you're able to come over here from China, I think they said they line up to get over here ASAP. I didn't want to ignore Mohammed in there, and I have a quick question for you, Mohammed, if you're still well. I want to give you 30 seconds to explain to our audience why you're involved with BitZero. Hey, Mohammed, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
So, BitZero today, we just went public. We kind of bolstering our back with land, power, and cash flows to bring it to the market and grow the growth in the pockets rather than quickly and come to the market. So it's a platform that has its growth locked in, there's a power runway, expand, and growth that you can see in your own backyard. And further to that, we're always looking to grow even further. We've locked in a certain amount that we brought to the platform to take off and looking for more. So that's why anyone should get involved in BitZero. Perfect. We have a runway that is locked and loaded in our own backyard and aiming for more.
I mean, what a great answer. We want to thank you for joining us one more time here, Mohammed. Thank you so much. No, I am not muted right now. Maybe we go back to Neil if my mic's in.
Yeah, appreciate it. Our viewers are all waiting for growth opportunities, and it's one, and of course, Kevin as well. So wish you all the best, and best of luck ever for everyone out there. BitZero CEO Kevin O'Leary talking about why we don't have the ish coins, as the colorfully said. We only have to go in the. Oh, there it is.
Kevin's still here.
You can still hear?
Yeah.
Okay, viewers have asked something, Kevin. I think you already know where this is going to be. I didn't know if we had lost you without a chance to do this, because a few people see what you might happen to have said risk, because usually you tend to a little bit. So what have you brought for us today?
Something very special for everybody. As you may know, I'm in a movie with Gwyneth Paltrow and called Marty Supreme. It comes out Christmas Day. In the movie, I convinced the producers that my role as Milton Rockwell, the written in America.
Boom.
To Gwyneth. I'm doing business in Tokyo. So I contacted Philippe for New York and said, can you get 1952 Patek? There it is. That's what I'm saying. Or in the movie. And I contacted Seiko in because remember, we're in 1952, just out of the Second World War, into the museum. and they gifted me this 1952 Seiko, which actually was perfect time. The Japanese are great makers. These are the watches I wore in the movie. You'll see if you go see it on Christmas Day. And I said to these companies, I'm not going to wear these watches unless I own them. Rent them. I have to own them. And so these two puppies are going to be very, very famous. And you wore them in Marty Supreme. And these are vintage pieces. I love the vintage mark, but wow, these chicken watches.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, here, we'll do this for you. This is the chicken dinner watches right there, Kevin. I don't know, you're a chicken guy. I'm assuming with Thanksgiving just passing, probably loaded up there on turkey a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. It was Big Turkey Day, had a great time. It's fantastic protein. I'm trying to do 108 grams of protein a day now.
Bang.
Try and do it. It's not easy. You're going to eat a chicken and turkey.
Yeah. You can get those eggs down. So Kevin, we know you have me there with Shark Tank. Now, with this, I mean, are you looking for an Oscar? Like, what, you getting involved in anymore here? I'm excited to check this out. You mentioned Nets.
Well, it's, when I got this offer from Josh Safdie and Rosie, who wrote it, they said to me, look, for this Millwell role, we're looking for a real asshole.
Perfect.
So I said to me, look, Kevin, you've never done scripted. You could shit the bed. I said, well, I want to go out of my comfort zone. So I'll let everybody out there the movie.
Perfect.
And tell me if you think I should. And we'll just see, because I think watching Timmy, worked across Timothy Chalamet, that kid deserves this movie. I think the movie deserves an Oscar. I'd love to be part of it. It's a film. It's like The Sting. You can't stop it if you remember that Robert Redford.
Shout out to a classic.
It's kind of a 1952 vibe. It's crazy. And, just to leave you on how this happened, when a year ago, they sent me the script, and I was in Lake House on Lake Joe, and I went into Perry Sound and I printed it. 2 stacks to write notes, because they were going to come and visit me the next day on the read. And this friend of mine, Bernie, of Griffiths McBurney, a well-known bank in Canada, got up and saw these scripts, picked one up, got up and read it himself in 2 hours. So when I got up, I had never read it, and said to me, have you read this? Is insane. You do this. This is the best. That's how it all started.
Perfect. Well, hey, we'll roll out the rest for you, Mohammed, at any time here. We've renovated our studio, and you always get an Oscar in our so much for joining us one more time, sharing with us the watches and to announce Bit Zero going public. So it's very exciting, Kevin and Mohammed.
Take care.
Ciao.
Oh, that's.
I mean, this guy's into everything now. He's
A24 makes some those are really good movies.
Yeah, Timothy Chalamet.
And Adair will probably speak to this more than I will, but they make some really good movies. Actually, should have some Oscar buzz. Mr. will stand up. I'm actually going to pull it up so I can.
Shopping channel. This guy's got his wines going on. This guy's got watch game strong.
For what it's worth, Timothy Chalamet's already getting Oscar talk, so.
Already?
Yeah.
It's maybe he's getting like supporting because we just clearly saw the man himself, right? Kevin O'Leary. They actually didn't even ask him how many lines he had in the movie. But
I'm going to check the trailer.
Yeah, it should be an exciting to watch. All right, it's 11:05. We've gone a little bit over. Thank our guest. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, I don't even know what's for lunch. You want to quickly out? Okay,
I don't.
Kill a second here, and I'll this week.
The second I will kill.
Oh, here we go.
Silver hit the high.
All right.
That one there.
Well, I've already found it.
We're going to short. And now what is for lunch?
Okay. Well, today, right? So today's Monday, December 1st. So let's go over what's over here. And everyone's got to get to the big guys over here. Today, pretty good, man. We hit the chicken dinner winner, so we're not going to do that again. If you've had some trades today that enjoy a teriyaki glazed, not bad, veg, roasted potatoes, seasoned, and a chopped.
That'll play.
that'll play. That's we can, we could definitely some of that. So teriyaki glazed chicken, roasted potatoes, and seasoned vegetables. Have yourself a nice, healthy, kind of sounds, but nice, healthy. So, all right, Neil. Good day today. We're with the performances of some of these markets holding out. I mean, the NAC going out only down. Will it get to Greensville by the time be us again?
Maybe. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm short the market. We're short on, and we've been doing fine. Kevin O'Leary there, and BitZero CEO us on a eventful day. So, all right, thanks for everybody for watching. Hi, Mom and Dad. You guys are well. Thanks, Dara, for everything over the day show. Watching? Well, I think they were watching that. So
Hi, Deb.
We'll see you very, very soon at 2 p.m. then. Sharif and Joe.
We're gonna take profits here, Joey. Boom. Salutations, beautiful people, to the Midday show. There's some gentlemen. It's your boy Joey Options, and I'm already in 2 trades, but we're gonna do these because I know people are coming in a little bit late. There we go. Joey, why do they flip the names like this? I get it. Shout out to Andrew. Shout out to Boy. We got Mr. Bones P, Underrock, KC, already dropping cash in the chat. Hangry White, got the AC Queen. How about the Soul Queen? Crystal Castle, we got Davey B. 11, Amoy. Who else, man? These names are moving too quick. Ashko. We got Mike Mendoza, Adrenaline Angel, sure. DJ or D-Treat J. We got Wyatt. We got Aura, the OG. Kirk D, another OG. Yet another OG. Shout out to Blue Arrow. Who else, man? Christopher Oshie X Badger. He be Badger in the chat. Shout out to I. Shout out to Tim. And one here because it's really like a lot harder to read these names. Nicole. To Nicole Harris in Hotlanta. I mean, everybody, I hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. Hope you had a lot of turkey. You did your thing. You enjoyed your life. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for odds as well, too. Aside from that, everyone's having a fantastic smoothie session. A little bit of a choppy in a couple of names. That is going to be Intel, their second attempt here on by the long. And sure enough, it worked out for us, but about there. And we did anything other than what we're currently sitting. As for INTC, guys, what up fest on this one for the kid, but we take our attempts and we get out of it. I had a hunch that it was going to be, but not specifically the price I was looking for, so I was with what we had going on. We take the long, make it the volume weighted average price. Doesn't work, right? Is this going to be a potential and we take 3 attempts on that and no go. So we struck out on ITC, and I told you in the chat we're down a little bit, but nothing that we come back from. What I'm going to be keeping my eye out is this potential breakdown in tech. Why? Because we're setting the headline, and I mentioned before that it's not a, well, where's the neckline, you may ask, Joseph. It is sitting right here. So factors coming into play here. It's going to be roughly a pre-market high. So a key support level from a standpoint, 422 starting to come in a little. I'm going to be looking to add size here, guys.
All right, guys, let's get down to it, okay? So let's start with the biggest, the baddest, HAMA. It's a lot more volatile. Good chart pattern right now. It's up 200% with the 1734. Trying to get back above 15. What stands a glaring thing right now, at least where currently is lower highs. The unbroken since we've made that high day at 1050 at 1734. Every crest has been a little bit lower than its predecessor. Be alert to that trend. Finding support at a key technical. Take a look at the top end of the flag. That is 13.5, 13. Lo and behold, we came in that almost to the T and up into 50 we go. So it is respected. It has a tendency, as you've seen multiple times, whether it's at 9 a.m., 15, to break down after making intraday highs. You have to be alert to. So that's number one. Number two, let's look at IE. This one is halting to no, okay? Multiple halts to the upside so that the volume's a little 1266 high. We are to the downside for the second row now. We're still above volume weighted average, ironically, which is at 9.25, 1989, with, as I mentioned, a 66 high for that as well. I'm involved in IRB right now, basically break even on the current FTEL. FTEL. FTEL is going to have to look above $1.20. It is already down below the volume weighted average price. The key area of technical, previously resistance. Now let's see if it works. I'm talking about the interactions we had with that level in the print. So those are the three that I'm my attention on at the moment, but they're by means, or four, excuse me, ones that are moving. Take a look at HKIT holding above VWAP, but continuing to put lows and lower highs. QTT, Neil Broad Market. It has an unbroken downward channel. Could be the formation of the second leg. Bull flag number one started forming at 10 a.m. Prolonged consolidation right until about 9:30, and a half hours. Consolidation. And as we always talk about, no text created equal. Some of upward channels, like the initial one and the one right now, we've got a downline, so you need to be alive to that as well. So those are keeping my eye on right now. You know, this one, W buy, barely on its spot on the side. It had a breakout in the afternoon. In the shortened day, it popped up a little bit in the pre-market, really holding above VWAP now, lose its spot on the coveted side chart if it continues down. So those are the ones I eye on. The ones I'm involved in right now, IRE and FTEL, Joey.
Yes, Jay, you know, I'm curious as to what kind of investment required that late. But anyways, it's very interesting stuff. Guys, what I was looking at, Tesla to the downside. This one's starting to work for us, guys. And you see that we put neckline. Now we want to keep an eye on profile. But what I'm here, guys, is the cues from a perspective. Now, that was a beautiful recovery in which we've off of those highs and the lows. But what might possibly happen and be totally wrong, we could blow trend line out of the water and then can move to the northeast. What I'm thinking here is we start somewhat of it, and then we slowly start to curl. Now, if that does happen, we're going to get a bunch of good names at significantly better prices. And now, guys, I understand that Bitcoin's not forming well at all, right? We have the likes of other names up to double digit. Bitcoin is not doing anything whatsoever. It's lagging the NASDAQ. Be patient. Let it do its correction. And I would be surprised if we see numbers like 68. But aside from that, let's see if we can get thing here in TS. You want to add some more size, but the NASDAQ needs to find a specific. Same with the Qs. We've been trading within this range for quite some time. It's been about $3 or so, $3, $4. Now, once we break, that's when you want to start to follow the volume and see participation lies. Right now, I think it's choppy.
All right, man. Shout out to F. Dangerous, dropping cash in the chat. Dollars. That Clayton, obviously, thank you very much, Mr. Dangerous. Very kind of you. Kind of a random number. Miss gift idea for Oli. Stocks or OSCR. Let's go. Let me guess. It's trading at $28. How much they gifted? Let's have a look. Nah, you get two there. Well, thank you very much, MF. Kind of you there. And we'll definitely on the message. Thanks, Kevin O'Leary, for coming on today and giving us information. Yeah, we all covet. All right, keeping an eye here. BT, we got 31s, just took us at 35, layering the I'm made optimistic. This current candle holding a higher low. That's not the end of the to hold a higher low. We need to continue into higher high. The only way to do that is to print prior candle, which takes us into 46s. Only showing 33s. Let's put this one. FTEL. Still holding at VWAP. Also have a higher low. In fact, you have a lower low on this work its way back above the volume weighted average. I add more thing above 136, 137. I say that is that would be the first 5 minutes to make a new high. So I want to be a lot as well. And somehow some work into a trade here on HAMA. I haven't seen anything on this yet. This has been that the shorts, not the short selling is still dominant now because of the lower highs. We are to test that. This 1045 candle took us into 50, and then this latest candle here, 7s. So if we can take out 80 and here, 16, then we have a trend break on our hands here, and we could see the current high day, which is 4. So I definitely want to be alive to that. This one will quick, real quick. This does at a time. So if you're going to make sure you are using sound management skills, and there goes at least momentarily down into 50 we go, Joey. And that's what I'm saying. Trade this like a $1.35 name, a 250-cent name. This is move those costs in any one move. HAMA, make sure you carefully, and you've got a plan here. So that's what I'm keeping on. I want to set up on is warranted. Joe.
All right, good. So here it is, right? So you're headed key support level. Let's see if this is going to break. The volume on the lower time frames starting to pick up. So there we go on TSLA. Sharif, at first stopper, it was a slow start, but things rolling at any hands, being patient and not getting worried. However, but really, do you say 68K on Bitcoin? Why do you bring in such a substantially lower $1,000, roughly a little bit less, 16K, where we're currently trading at? We're just going back to previous pivot highs. If signal breaks in, I think there's going to be some more downside. What am I referring to? In over a year, and we've seen the same, the likes of IBIT, the ever. So the momentum to the downside, I thought more or less going to be a breath before we additional flag higher, maybe retest K. But if something's extremely going to see the strong momentum move to the downside. So we have on potential more necklines being, and that's going to be that 78, which puts us roughly right at the lows of that previous print. Now, if this is going to be the next level possible support, in my opinion, absolutely. But in history, and take a look at where you get a 77% in Bitcoin. That's my case. So you're at 69,000. You go down to 15, 16,000. That's roughly going to be the same in which we're going to experience that Bitcoin at more than a haircut off the previous $127 high. For that, let's get into the trade because this is a little bit out. We want more shares, but we'll be patient, wait volume weighted average price, and bang, the first positive out. We're going to continue to try and stick with this momentum, especially if the market wants to bleed.
All right, a bit of an ill-fated trade here on HAM. We took a little bit out, got back out, stopped out, tried to get 13. Now it's going to halt down. For this 13.25 level, being the halt parameter here at around 13.5, 30. Be careful with this one. It's still put more highs. Keeping my IBT as it comes into the volume weighted price. That's currently 18 or 18s. Keeping an eye on that. Yeah, there. I think for this one to hold trend. I don't know how I'm feeling about this. This is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're currently in a candle of lower lows. Candle's a bit of a bamboozler. It actually but didn't close that way, and then proceed another lower low. So what do we got on FTL? We got 36s. It's 10 pennies out of the money on 4 support to come in, but not in quite aggressively. We have hold this one. There's another KX KXIN is halted to the. I missed one because it was breaking down. 586 high. It's down now into $3.09. It's lost kind of like all areas of support that I earmarked. So KXIN gonna lose it momentarily, but FLYE it reaches VWAP by a whole $25, where VWAP is. It drops $5 now. It's halt bucks. $9.97 is the halt, or the halt level, 122%, and looking to go. So we're going to keep an eye out on the above that $11 area. The important, it halted there, once, and then it opened there. So we'll see if it can breach an important level for FLYE. Keeping my eye on right now, looking up here. I gotta tell you, when I got in and I looked at the small out, today's gonna be a good day. There's a lot, and then a lot of them are simultaneously. So I'm starting to not get too aggressive too quick. A lot of them were up triple digits. So usually when they're like that, and usually they're running pretty. It's starting to turn in a hurry. Keep my eye out on this. Don't want to put too much risk here, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, and why? He's like, hey, Joe, I'm looking at DS, and I just don't direction to go. And if it's that for you to do, you can't find the trade in which you were planning weekend or in the morning, up how you want it to do, and I think it's the best is completely avoid it all until it does start to display something which you were looking for and play. Other than that, there's nothing wrong with sitting on being patient. I think that's a solid thing to note here, guys. There's another on NVDA, right? So if this level holds right around 170, then who knows this trend? I was thinking short this morning as well, a lot of names, but the thing is, I just being patient before some crack here at 175, 160s, worst case 52 in best case scenario, I think, 2 in NVDA. That would get you down percent, right? Roughly, to be exact. And then I think a lot of people are buying it at those levels. So what I've noticed over time is that we think that we're going to flush relatively quick. The exception in which we experienced ago, sometimes it takes a lot, continuously trap more will make that flush. We'll talk a little bit more. Get back from Adara.
These rare earth plays, here is MP. Let's look at USAR, Field, TMC could also begin. Automotive Energy announcing $100 in funding to strengthen rare earth elements. So again, rare earth funding coming from the Department of Energy. We have here some of these rare earth names, MP of the ones I've just moved.
So this is what I was talking about earlier. In the case of the overall, it's just important to know that, hey, this is a little bit of a trap, and the market continues to sell off, then you're going to get it at prices. And Sharif Knight actually were just saying, man, I think this market has room to run and wait for those levels to come into play. Always get them, it's in which you have to wait for. So cash could be a good potential.
Man, I sent you, I also sent it to Brendo.
Yeah.
It has me rethinking. I sent him, and I'll show it to you guys in a second, chat, is the relevance of the NASDAQ versus real estate. So you guys know house, and this is questioned my entire thing. Look at the outperformance. Ever time period you're looking 19 prior to COVID, it's markedly higher than from the beginning of the decade or the previous decade, I should say. No comparison. So as I was saying to Jody, why am I saving all pour into an asset? That's, and you know why people do that? Nice big shiny object to lord over everybody. I got the big house, backyard. I'd rather have the money.
Yeah, exactly.
To be quite honest with you.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm at an existential
I think what Aviation as well too, Shreve, is just how many million multis that are just it's so hard to hold. Add to your point is like, okay, if you're not appreciation within the market, then things can be potentially more difficult. Rate hikes. So a bunch of it had variable mortgages. My friends, when you have such a low interest, sure enough, you go into QT and their interest rates are continuously every quarter. It's like you're not even cash flow positive at that. And adding another 6-7 monthly mortgage payment, it's really hard to hold on to the enough. A lot of people get liquidated and can't afford it. They have to defer them, which is not good whatsoever. But I think the good ad opportunity, SLL guys. We're gonna, if we break through VWAP rate, and then what we're gonna be looking for is a new high. So if we around 1835 or 1840 curl over once again, on a potential short on LL, even though we're already in, add more shares. We took a little bit off Central, only 5% for more down Tesla Street.
I like it. Hey, HAMA, we're still holding over here, looking for how much we got in HAMA. We just took. All right, looking trend pop up back into 2/3, but it doesn't look like. I think I'm gonna let this one go. The still unabated quarterback trying to hold 14, a little above, a little bit below. I think that's let this one go over here. Still keeping our IRBT, L. FTE is kind of the same suffering, I should say, from the same affliction it suffered from around 930 to 10 or at $1.35 that they were able to shake momentarily earlier in the pre-market around 8. And of course, into that from I want to say 1040 until we broke down at around 11. So that same $1.35 seller bring his head. Keeping an eye as VDA. This one I have off because it was a better looker, but yeah, but I do appreciate that. Back into the key area of technical resistance, that $1.45. 45 is a technical area of resistance. Look, times we're able to print above it. Oh, keeping an eye on it. Just got stopped out of my rate as it lost $2, so that's my on that one. So right where we can't catch a win, from us, we are 0 for 3 day. Hopefully, it will not continue. I've seen it like this before. Patience now that we've taken a couple for some better setups and a small cap day. I was kind of it would be as well as it would be when we sat down because it was just. Let's look at IVDA on screen over here, see what's going on. This one, that $1.43 is at right now, but as I mentioned, that $1.40 where the real levels is this current candle. So if we get in here, we can base it on our low or our. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just start small position here on I. Looking to get more into the 10 EMA, but if it higher bar low at $1.38, about for a 5-penny loss. So we're gonna keep tight, Joey. Not gonna make too much. We have already made 3 of them. That is HKI back up into area highs. It doesn't. And why, Sharif? There. IT was dropping below $2 area as well as this. It's breached all that now. It's 5-minute candle make a new high. Bucks. So I'm gonna keep my eye on this one and look possibly into that 220 area. 216 is the high. So we're gonna keep an eye out. Always, if there are any new scappers that I don't have my eye on, or Joey, let us know. Eddie, 100 profit on SLV, and he's dropped that. Thank you for the $25 super chat. Let's take a look at S.
Yeah, we'll get.
I gotta concentrate on this. So up into 53 is huge. This is a monster cup. This thing has been running. If I can't, I don't really know what it was doing before. Multiple day run. 40s up into the low. I hope you print up multiple. WCM June super chat. GME, sorry, I know people think it's a meme. Sorry. Lots of cash and earnings beat on top 9. Chart looks wouldn't be the first time people love stream. Let's have a look. Below that, long time so pretty dollars. It hasn't been in quite some time now. In fact, port area kind of flipped bucks back earlier this year. Looks like here a reason, Joey, kept defending that drop below it into 20. Now we're trying to back above the 200 on the dailies around 24 with simple and being about 24.60. So what do you think of games?
Yeah, let's take a look at this. Bitcoin's not performing me good. Listen, I know you say the meme, otherwise I'm going to stick with that. It's in the, as long as it's remained. Am I in love with this? Not. I'm just giving it to you straight, right? Look how long this, you go back to 24, that's, you do have these spikes, squeezed out, whatever shorts it may be, nature of this beast. And it's truly going to skyrocket back up to $17, then by all means, hold on to it. I'm just going to let you know that I don't have much faith big name, and I don't want to crush your dreams or anything. I just want to give it to you as my opinion. It's subjective, right? It may be wrong, but for me, I wouldn't be or investing in GameStop. I think has come to an end. But another super chat, 250 smackers, $3. That's from big. Eddie. Once again, memberships as well too. Really on fire. Much congratulations on that silver trade as well too. Yeah, I mean, you've been at the top of the list right now as nations and 50 memberships. Dude, when you're doing numbers that you're actually putting up, do not whatsoever. So, congratulations to you.
We wouldn't have thought that, Joey.
No. Well, maybe sometimes, but anyway, but from that, man, keep doing your thing. It seems that you're walking and rolling and very much for all those memberships. Doing something right, my friend, so don't change it. Just keep elevating. Sure enough, you'll be all right. But guys, we get out at the break even. Secondary breach, all price a curl over around 18, and then the move back end of the range. Once that breaks, then we're gonna start cooking up, and the mark quite some time to find a specific direction. All right, because we get still moving sideways. Nice thing is though, with the Nasdaq, better than what the SPY is from a standpoint, in my opinion. Still trading within that $3-4 range. That breaks, follow the vol for a trade based off of that. We are going to head towards, which I think we are. You're going to see more choppy before that. Why? Because you're going to be absorbing, trapping the longs, and then flush. So I'm going to stick with the short Tesla. Why? Because the data and what I'm seeing from an endpoint also giving me information.
All right, guys. Thanks for the premium. Many of you, I always appreciate that. Those who got the premium, you guys can now get the morning. Head on over the homepage on YouTube. That posts area default obviously is home. You drops, and then Sharif's just click the more. You hit that link, pops up, and I think where he's on today, all comprehensive, guys. Three key areas of technical gives you the full as the market context in which this, as well as a trader takeaway, will give you the short, the intraday view, as well wing view, as possibly even sometimes for some investing looks into the note. Every single release, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the, for the 50 TV live memberships, doing the most in a great way. Shout out to Eddie.
300 members. in
in the past week.
Yeah,
He's having a big boy week, eh?
like
That's crazy.
So I think Eddie, man, it's some big, yeah. A lot of people asking, I have no idea how that's whatsoever, but
I have no idea either. I think they're just least, I'm pretty sure. I get the feeling.
The list there. That's right. We're gonna take 8 low-performing sectors here in the morning. Gonna see some relative. It's going to be in the energy sector, leading 1.4%. Material in place. Did he just give more? Another.
Yeah, there's a ton of money for this, man. This guy. Why are all the memberships not already? There's more being allotted as we
Can I say something?
Of course.
The money doesn't.
What do you need, Joey? You need that laugh, don't you, Austin?
Breaking, bro. You guys breaking glass. Sending all of the let's go. You get the 16 right there, guys. Eddie, much appreciated. Solid individual. As the top performing sectors, we're going to be looking here, guys. That's going to be the show. Up 1/3%. Sector, we're down 3/4, a little bit more. We're down 1 10. Utilities down 1% on the tech sector, down about 8%. Still not to recover. Don't put this behind you. Just like that, you can reckon a 1%. Just wait for the big names to potentially break out extremely heavily.
Well said. Still, guys holding the same position. Break even on when it's trading. Ironically, one is still at that $1.35. They're putting in some higher lows, so accumulating for a break. I've layered on this one, so if it does and not spend too much time in these price levels, hopefully print there as we put those right there separately. DA's very small entry position, I should say. Calm down. Yeah, everybody's talking about AI. Joey, that's not a good look there. But so looking for in an entry position, looking at $1.50. I could be persuaded more into that $1.35 kind of price action I see down there. But for now, we're going to just keep the and if we get a price spike of above 150, most notably hold of often a key area of psychology. I'll add more into this trade. I don't like any of the other ones that are, of course, we've got a key because it is halted up. So, you know, are really good trades right now, but a little too rich for my blood. 81 cents. It's a multiple dollars at a time, up 100. That's all the good stuff. What's the well? It has a tendency to basically mean revert after making a high of. Take a look at what we did at 10.50. Pop up. We hold there at 12.63. All said and done, we were down to 8. Putting in the first 5-minute candle make. So that does concern me. We'll keep tabs on that. How we doing? Oh, on. How you doing? You know, I can't, bro. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. I can't.
I've been saying that. I thought you liked it.
Now, friends, I've never said I like friends. Was kind of indifferent to it, but now I'm starting to notice when I handle my immediate reaction is to throw the converters. Non-converters. I saved that for. I know I'm playing, but actually, put it that way. I do like, and funny enough, Network or Comedy Central, whatever they call it, they're both on, and I'll keep it on, and I'll immediately change it when. So that's the way it is there. Looking at.
Yeah, I'm going through the scale to see if we can find any. I'm not a Friends guy either. I know I don't like Seinfeld either.
Oh, yeah, I can't get behind that.
And it's that transition.
There's great jokes on there. Like observational humor. Observational humor?
It's not fun. I don't think that humor.
Ever notice that you're not that kind of guy?
No.
Chappelle humor then, where stories.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. I remember I watched one. It was about soup or something like that, and they
What? Soup Nazi?
Yeah, like that stuff.
On here, bro. What's going on? Trash talking, one of the most episodes of sci.
Hey man, to each their own, I guess.
That's
crazy talk, but hey man, each their own, I guess. At the end of the day, guys, Hood starting to recover a little, looking for potential setup. A strong opening drive here, now starting to come back in. Flag here. Yeah, potential. We're going to wait and see what comes in. Has it been up to, again, a lot of these tech pretty hot throughout last, but no soup for you, Joey. Yeah,
no soup for you, Joey.
Man, I can ride with that. Now, if you lift up a couple of months, then I think we're. But aside from that, guys, Google all. Like, it hasn't done any something. Hit to do something as immediately. To do something at the end of the day. From a, you're not going to go wrong. This is a mega. You go up 148, starting to pull back. You're only down about 5%. You're not going to complain. The 297 south of in Alphabet, and I feel those are going to be grabbing this name. But what into play is this downtrend holding intact. The support level breaks. I think dollars is definitely going to be in the works. This name start.
Joey.
Yeah.
I gotta ask. Have you watched Curb Your Enthusiasm?
No.
You haven't? Okay,
no.
so then we haven't. Okay, because some people Curb, right? Does he like Curb type of drive, right? It's a little bit different because it's David writing as opposed to Seinfeld's got two different flavors. There's where David was writing, and then that and Seinfeld was writing. It became wishful rather than gated or, protracted for a half an hour show, mind you. But, I feel it was the same flavor.
I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know, man. That's I didn't really like.
Okay, guys, let's trade FTEL. All right, man, here we go. There's 30 taking out 35, 38. Can we get a little bit of 40? That's where my next profit taker. Separately, IV holding that $1.40 level to 148. We got 43s on. Let's see if we higher through that 50. The high of the day is 51, but on the chart, it really I'm clearing 50, if really at all. AE is a freaking rocket ship. 0.7 million shares, 220%. It just $15 at exact, dropping into 14 and a quarter. If it can hold 13. 13 is the real resistance. Previous area of refit axis support. Why do I say that? All these rejections, bottom chart, gun chart on my white charts will always be the fun. Look how many times, and then boom goes right up into 15. Like the move doesn't even matter. Into 13. Is this a buy? Would you hit the buy button like that? I'm not going to hit the buy button with that craziness. is going on. This one I may never get a trade on it. Back into 14 we go here on. Let's see if we can clear separately. We're doing okay. On IV to 48, no profit taker, and then we just got the beak wet again. FTEL at 30. Let's wait for that print 40, and then at 40, a bit of a chasm there between my 3, and then if it behooves me, given the amount of shares, put something in my 40, so we'll be putting something there like the curl effect off the volume weighted right now on FTE. What I mean here, so maybe this is what's on these higher lows. I don't want to base. The reason I say that, I've said it before. Just nothing else. But for those who haven't heard it, when you look at VWAP, pulls it to the price action. VWAP here looks like a line of, rather than any order resistance. Like, look at the essentially 9 till we break out above it till 10:35 an hour. We're visually almost a miss. It looks a little here. We're getting a little bit of support. Look at the closing prints or volume weighted average price. What seems to me here is it's holding a high, holds that higher low pattern, something that I can trade off, so I don't get it from that perspective. As I see it here, it looks like it's curling, possibly take out 140. We didn't get the 140 print quite yet. Seller at 38 here. TEL. I don't know, should I? We have a lot of, so I'm going to wet the beak here. We'll take some profits there on that. And that's all I'm looking at. I'd like to get something in E, but given the fact that I'm doing that well on the day, I don't think it would be a good idea to take this one and then find myself on the wrong end of I'm going to pack my pick.
All right, good stuff, brother. So, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier in this market. A lot of us, something in the back of my mind was, well, we were, now what is that sweet point? If I'm higher, you usually get a fade throughout the entry. A bit lower, and sure enough, so a high of the day on the S, and then we have NVDA lead the race once again. High of the day, trend lines to Tesla, hood now back average price, and the name significantly more in play, which doing nothing for the first is now starting to climb back the high of the day. So I'm going to be looking for potential fade. I'm just stuck in that mode. I don't want to be taking too many stabs that aren't going to work and come to the realization and thesis from an intraday completely wrong and flip and then go. But what I'm about is starting to come into fruition. To get that rebound, here am I going to be proven wrong. Break of 1845, failed to establish a point, and then we have the highs from a resistance zone and price to curl over for highs, then I'm going to go short on this. Note is that now officially been broken in a time frame above that. So what do I runs, and if the go long right now, guess what?
Do
We gotta go long.
you gotta go long?
Gotta go long.
The market's telling you to do it.
Listen, yeah, it gives you nothing's into your ear.
I haven't heard a hot
And,
minute.
is doing that. You don't want to be fighting.
Christmas decorations doing, Joe.
No. Everything's still the same. Chances are is that Milo will eat first, so we might have to. This guy's eating every day.
Days of having a young dog. You know what I found in this? I was selling the winter tires. Or finally, I got them. I found an old Laza I'd taken from my high.
Decoration.
That's not. It's like I got the trim. I haven't even removed the other decorations that you gotta remove to put. Oh, I haven't done any. But so, I was on vacation, so I enjoy clean up the place. We'll get everything there. Yes. Shut up. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. All right, let's get right down to business here because AAPL broke through the peak weather. Now ugly topping till this way. This current candle high, and it's currently showing me 136. Taking profits on by a little on attenuation into the high. Like the chart pattern on this one, but with where is that I will add, if I add one, will be to hold that up talking about earlier. So that's my FTEL IVDA to hold above the 10 exponential moving average in order there to see the 10 EMA. Let's see if we get. I'm not getting that print. It's just off 40. Not sure exactly what's going on there on this one, as we only to start. Nothing on any of the other FLYE still side. Nothing doing there. How I say ALA. Why is that? Let's go on the side chart and take off hot garbage over here. Yeah, here, man. K 65%. It's off 5. Great tech. Miss this one. Look, if it comes back, everybody glanced still kind of doji candle below 150, showing 159. But I've given out, I've traded for first 5-minute candle will make a new ALA. Looks like with a good, say, bull flag start getting, then you're getting the breakout 30. Whether or not it whole area of resistance forms a second bull flag, we'll just try to put the odds on. I'm going to put this one on a trading screen. If we can kind of finagle to this one, KA ticker on the NQ, not too bad. Potential amount of volume, million shares. That's a dollar name. So
right there, man. Let's pull this.
I like getting into small cap of pleasing to me. I hear Joey on K 7%.
Yeah, good look there. Essentially as well too. Just streets looking at it, but at a key support level for this high. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this one to come back in certain levels on EM. Absolutely. On A. We'll take a look Essentially, we're going to take a look at some sure. I think that a lot, right? So on the expiration, that's all you have. I'm curious as monthlies. Very in. I don't know why you don't. Am I looking at something? No, because for quite some anything. Let me have a look. A month duration on it. Yeah, you can take because I got December 19th. You know,
19, Joey?
Yeah.
12, 19, 20 filtering.
No.
What's going on with your filtering?
Yeah, I the other name I got right. Like I have yeah. I gotta call somebody and see what's going on, guys. This is where a lot of the 220 here we're trading at 218.7. You're gonna run into a supply to know where at as well. Where is that next? You can see a concentration through the 80s to the 90s. Looking at this as is just potential. We're trading right up to that. You want to keep an eye on the fact rejecting because this could be off. So if we don't break through, we can most definitely come an eye out on them. But you are right back at the NVDA. You'll get that wick through the 8 if you have the hedges down a little bit lower. Curl over in Tesla. I'm right back at my. I'm gonna take another stab at 35. Then we're now going with the flow. We're short. Send it over to a dip.
Midday a bump here. MI flagged as a long idea, saying that this one is one of leading the AI. So MITK, micro $9.05. Nod from James Altuche. Back.
All right, guys. Hey, breaking out. We just went the beat there. Looking for continuing. Look, it did everything that I like. It'll make a new high, 5, but you're still seeing more downtrend candles than up. To break all that, I think week 75 of layered. So take account for a price spike that $1.75 9. We'll look to see if we can get this back up into 70. It goes looking for continue. Looking in 72 now. Nope, can't clear the 72. I'm waiting so it'll have to clear that level for me to get the little ziggle as the volatility steps in here. KALE up. I'm looking to go more seller at 72. Sell orders in because you prints coming in there on the asks the print there at 72. Lenny 3 prints here on the coming in yet with a 3 OS. So pack is into 70 and get above into 75 of 4 I perceive have fundamentally changed trend to figure it's at 75. Yeah, I told you about this one. To be honest, I shouldn't say that because radar has been a little bit off. Negative on the day. Hopefully now packing the patience. So 76 penny high, and there's current 25 seller, 5 seller that we can't shake right now. Because barely anything's coming off. Ways can we get? The answer is yes, Joey. But there's almost every every penny level. We kind of out of the way if we, the current day high 85. So he's away from that $1.85. I did get the happy about that, but it's holding up above the 10 EMA highs. We definitely need 50 to kind of, as they'll see again, likely will be an resistance for them as well on the day, but not breaking through any AIT. We kind of mentioned I didn't get any trades on the love affair, which price at about $1.95 every time it comes in. Price it's met with aggressive. Problem is, every little bit lower than its price in the 5 minutes showing up. Here's what I'm saying: a high, and then you have a lower high at 2 high right now at 205. 7 area to more high trend, and then more of an aggressive bid. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Guys, show me if there are any new small cap gap. I don't have my eye on. These shows your wig back also. Let me have a look at BL one at.
Let's have a look.
I don't BMF. Let me know what you're talking about. Is maybe there's like, but Joey FTEL though still hanging, but this current case to you guys, right now, on concerns me a little bit over that goes through. You're followed by a couple of red with a lower high. That's the bad news. The good news is you're still 10 EMA, and but I don't really want to bait here for what's it called? As I mentioned earlier, kind of. So that's what I'm keeping.
All right, cool, good stuff, man. I was talking about the supply, so you can see we're starting to reject that potential 3-bar high of the day, but it's the same thing here with Tesla. Our play, this is right there at 1838 cents a risk. Stop, and if it breaches, get out. Shreve's like, oh, he started over 4, right? So sometimes the nature of the, especially in these markets, when you come and gap down and you're looking, and sure enough, in the overall market, it's whatsoever. But tomorrow can be a trend day, right? So when it's heading in, just keep those losses, keep getting triggered. Don't get tilted. Don't put where you come and you took too large of a loss, and then you're like, oh, even now when you should be up substantially. So
we go to a dare of triple E is absolutely. This is the one that had it ran a little bit here. It kind of did the entire morning with sideways, but there's the this can 5 had about 1 point, and now we're up into 3. Looks like possibly both the 10 EMA 313 V is what I'm talking about. Up 10. I want to mention that to you guys. What new to happening now?
Keeps pushing gap down this morning, likely led by crypto. Nice recovery for crypto names here in the market. Touched as low as this morning. Now we're all the way up to 212.6, 618, though eclipsed others highs. Let's go, because here is MSGR 10%, a lot pretty weak as we get something they've actually cut price target range for Bitcoin, a Bitcoin price under 50,000, now 5K and 100 pounds. They have a $4 billion, so interesting look. NVIDIA looking like the is about to make a new NVDA announcing a $2 billion, though notably not for Synopsys chips. So interesting look that keep you posted, but in the meantime, Orogenics. Million customers. There is still no FDA approved listed Orogenics using that. With intranasal drug designed for with the concussion treatment $0.9 billion. Orogenics is unique. Learn more. And time we're going to learn this lesson. Give the people that lesson of the day.
And when I look at this, someone's pointing out this angel on either side. If we're sitting at the desk, so we're going to pull that off. I think we should have, but I want to talk about maybe like the fake that I think can happen when you're looking. Obviously, the scene this morning, it was a prior high on Tesla out even further, so you can doubt previous level 15-minute time frame. So on this, you're going to see a little bit underneath week, and then when you look at that peak for resistance and back a couple of weeks, you get that 430. So does it broke through? If you're looking for a breakout, simply be, go long, get caught in this kind of a trap. Found this sometime, and well, if not, topping tail candle on a 5-minute wrap up. Might bounce off VWAP, might resume. Level was good on a higher time. Let the breakout frame win. Up 433, did it resistance on this 50 level in the first place? Oh. So once you found the level, and the answer is we're not buyers. I want to give you an example. This is pretty cool to hear me use the term price, or I want to see it of a certain price. Real breakout is those quick at open breaks where you just a big volume candle, but if they end up in top to get out of dodge fast, breakout on the higher time looks a little bit more like, and on that high, like I said, and the only one I can think of is, it's real time. Because I happened to just did this one earlier. It's not making a fresh alternating levels to work on the market. Now you're going to notice something. I'll go back to the lower dip buys, but get high. Which effect? Well, what happens? He breaks, tries to immediately loses trend. His first time, no good. Second, it's not that I wanted. You could have belong in the second. I should be back in this one. Second. This break Now, what happened to break that prior high? The first time it's of consolidation, but the first pull completely rejects the bid. Pull back, it does not hold prior high. So you know the second time, what happens on the first pullback? It holds. Here, that now that high is a continuation. Now, is it right necessarily? I mean, you can go against you. You can just randomly take this either. But confirmation, it kind of gives an area where you know you want to be that prior bar, whichever stop you like, prior here, as you're at that trend, which is got worked out, so I'm going to try it myself. Got the back in there. But I think the frame can match this particular case to fulfill because it's making warranty level, but you're still looking for that breakout when it gets sold and winning. It's time that was not true. Was true. In the it just never had no change here going into the 33 breakout. Did it? And if you load if you were long for a boatload of shares, day traders that might be, but there's almost no one else that's going to happen. The initial selling did not, and often is what you want to see. That breakout at the open might not be that higher time frame that holds. You have to be patient for it to set up on that higher, to buyers to come in on, and when that take place, that's the like Eddie to the long side, and because it's when it made the fresh high, I gave you that. So sure, but they were not want to go long there, and happened to be short that price level. But breakout do require a simple thing: post to get above the price. Only thing that you need. Taking a round number and on a chart to continue with trend or make a new trend. When the buyers that they want above that price, you could get there for the shorts. Be careful. Confirm that buyers just hold breakout trades again. That could get pretty okay with losing that $5. I don't like to want to break out that confirmation or winning above the price. They're coming in on the dip price, and they get to hold it a little less of the day. Goes market on the NASDAQ. This market down.
Well said, Neil. Feels like that. In the pre-market, did you ever hear ratio?
No.
I think gold, silver gives you just ratio, and when that's larger relative to local average, or sorry, if it's big, you buy silver some way somehow.
Okay. So those deviated estimate from the ratio. You're thinking that it's going to.
They compare the goals, obviously. Basics, ABC, rarely trade commodity or wheelhouse, but yeah, apparently that we want says rated. I can't really comment, learned about it over the word for it there, but pardon me. They're right, guys. I weaseled in the full want to hold the higher lows. I perceive to be both, whether or not we have a consolidation period as we did with the first 40, 35, so 50 worth of consolidation. I put my profit takers and see if this one price added LA as it came in. I've again, so I got some initially just what looking for continue around 85. There's another pops up into the low 70, about K, about 70 now. Hell is going on with this one, but 47s hangs. I like the fact that I'm likely first in that order post will keep an eye on exactly how it's. I'm starting. I don't want to say lose, change my tune, which, despite the fact that it still holds. So if you're draw top at a 30 into holding those higher lows, like in what I see in terms of prior can, we'll have to see how that one. I am holding this one popping up. If I'm actually break even, I got decisions to make. I don't say no. I'm going to let it there. So, and we've got some into this one. What's our call? 28 and a half, doing until 35.
Stuff I'll show.
Oh.
All right. I've been working on. I'm not quite some better duration of yeah. I mean,
Yes, sir.
No, is that obviously percent, but that's some of the. This is a gap up gap. I'm gonna, because that means you're gonna have to divide this system. Script is just displaying it. It's just underlying assets. Is that okay? You get these eventually. So what I'm going to construct a solid system to see extremely important. History will use this. You can see that we whatever number 206, and then we 5%. The way this is in February, but you have to quite some time until you look at the probability of the gap completely, and that's through across games. You get another 5% gap. Each it fill up the gap, then comes back, filling the complete thing. What this is going to be a mega cap technique. Down, I'm gonna, once I get that entry, I'll be on a so continuously refine the order to find quality setups, and that's a little bit higher, around 1.5 to more ideal, but more wanted to jump away short signals on. We're going to take a little bit of up. Is going to be the high 15 cents or so small and up. Like when you're in, that's a thing of beauty. You went a little size right out of the gate, but that's not TQs off the inverted hammer candles. board. We're running into some VDA. We talked about that chain, and now your larger names to bleed tree.
Get it.
10 cents, Jet DT.
And there go a 87. Right there we got 80. Show me 84's no flag continuation. How in? Well, we haven't that top end of the bull by 5 pennies. Prime 85 and 7, but on a real pro flag mentioned earlier from around 11:15. This one take out some key level quicker than it did prior day, I should say, like in the 2. But absolutely, I don't know why I'm at this one out. All the way down in the is the 10 EMA on the 5, this one, and we took here on is into a technical about that 295 area. Had trouble clearing. I wonder if it holds up. I wonder if it's like it's losing it even more. And if this one's really catching an aggressive 295, so find him. We can get back. It is losing. V1 EMA. Going to touch this one. Get trend at the moment. Rocketing. The high of the day is 15. The precipice of A. And if we get into fifth squeeze, knows it's already up 200%. See this story before. Eye on FO trend, seeing higher highs on, but you are getting just trade it carefully. It has a way of dropping the butters on you quick as you let substantial. Look at this one. AAPL takes a high into 80 aggressively. Back 66 is on ugly candle. If it on K do with this may given the candle. Here's what I'm talking about. Because it's a aggressive sell in a 70, but keep your eye it's still 5, and so could be an area harder to. So we're holding KALA, VEEE. We did lose the 25. YE.
SYM pushing on SIM, reporting here that which is works with a robot for physical robots now competition with SY robots for an SY related story. Back to you.
Whenever up beta daily letting news out of sophisticated traders on this, like Global X Canada just launched 6 new offering 3 exposure to the SM semiconductor treasuries. Even better, they're dropping 65 basis for 2025 strategies bring the potential for pure tax amplifier .ca to learn. All right, Sharif, you know what that means. Some of the big board Who are the goggles on Microsoft and to see what they're up to, sell off the NASDAQ as well. Now, top, it seems like in that with the inability to breathe. So I'm going to look for that Amazon moving the volume weighted at the running $80 out of these 6 names. You guessed right, brother. Oh, yeah, I got Apple just in case today. If it is to, I'm most going to attend.
Guys, I just found I'm digging double top 30 BTC while major wrecked beyond. I see if you're through 100 for reg 15% bonus losses US look there. Seriously, QR code set it to the B crew. All right, here in FL Psycho for $14 to have those on, but I did get a reach of 14. I'm looking for up and a possible why I've layered that said level. Let's up and take out on the day. Aggressive into where how this one is traded has been halted. Move down possibly 13 more. Let's go ahead and see on that bad. Let's wait a we can gonna get price spike up to 13. Continuation quite yet. LA continue above the 77s. I didn't get this drop. This is a tail candle on the 1 man back in the 180 again or the so I think I don't want to take it. Let's see if we can get a 180 and actually post 5-day break, but I really need to keep fell wire. Where is it at? Okay, there we go. So I'm just gonna have to throw some.
Yeah. I mean, here it is, right? The one name that I'm most AAPL towards that. A couple though. You're only on the big level, and it looks intraday standpoint. Really, 79.43. Friday's high. So we're way past next potential level. High in.
Don't
Apple.
forget, but on 280 in that
is transforming as the market. Model traders, I trade the pool of this allows matters discipline. And right now with trade, you get 15 at automatic straight right away. Check out straight profit target, no % of the profit is real opportunity. Evolution of limited risk trade, tradethepool.com to get. Now, as for through the mega cap to look for steps. Now, options chain will take a look to see if there's injection is on. Now, man, well, too much. So let's talk over first. And again, if you're gonna go in a specific name at the top with 97 shares traded session, we're gonna head over to starting to curl over. We see that's for IBIT. Guys, traded Brand. That's quite a bit. We're 2.5 at most. Volume. Lots of activity. Go work on what's it doing today? No, awful.
G.I. Joe.
G.I. Jane, of course. To whoever. Laura Croft. You know, I don't know Laura.
He knows.
Okay, so as for not MSTR,
Disgusted with something.
Stacey's
How your reaction?
is like, man, what is 90s?
3 years apart.
Yeah, this guys sometimes absolutely insane. 960.
Well, hold up. I don't understand the GI Tomb Raider.
Yo, like SLY. And two men are over $2 monster. This is today. We are gonna options. One, we've got. We're almost $2. Fly that false hold. We could drop $15. 15 to 7 timer now, so we're false hold. Move up on double Joseph options the day, and then about this. So my head.
You gotta plug in.
Say anything
anymore. As I'm out of by the day with the TQ. It decides that I can do it without a way of see on short relatively. I'll tell you that. So I should someone block me Q short. Yeah. Every time that was this thing is Shreve, what did I'm worried about? Yeah, 280. 70 avoid that absolute yeah. By a thousand. Yeah. We got risk left on the every turning to ash. Yeah, tomorrow super hot fire today for the kids because I already come back tomorrow. Completely, we're absolutely rocking and sit here and say, yeah. And I'm not going to even if any plus options, but I'm also at any count me out. No, and we're back in this. No, it's not a good idea.
pretty sure you did. Ram, nice for might be a little change.
What is my problem?
Everything today I was messing around, and then happened. Rob, he's like, yo, I'm not. You blame me.
Oh.
Text me.
Man.
We love season. Deal though, Joey.
Huge trade that I.
No, but I'll put a mouse so.
Oh yeah, they were just talkers. So if you, yeah.
Anybody group is gonna
go into now.
I lose you. Man, you guys get him.
This man,
love it. So, all right, let's look at your point to a new high 89. That long pleased about this for $2. Yeah, let it get 92%. Yeah. Neil, look at that. We're on the. It hasn't been a lot to take up. Super Bowl rowing, but it's so. Yeah, LA. Keep an eye. And this YE is showing, and guys, we've got 8 having home 807. Let's take a clock for about 80 seconds or so before this earliest. No. So I'm going to put here the top. Let's see if we now 90. Doesn't it looks like it kind of a little bit at 10 minutes or at least longer. Yeah, theory, and it's not, the longer it is, peak or money start throwing that are below imbalance a little bit, but it could also currently the 55 this week new high actually happens or long, and I think for this and it here's other ones. So even AAPL and those profitable looking to do some KAFL coming back $7. I this one 5. It has the 10-year right away. Shares are going to wait by a couple. We get that and problem. Donks. I almost agree with Chiefs. And that was a Thursday kind of gloated is had a lot. You know that. I'm not. I probably gloated, but boys had they are recently having a hell of gonna have a hell of everybody guy in fantasy exactly the kid. He said that Dak was fantasy of the situation. Look, they have really no.
We had for quite some for high zone. He this trade. Back arms on it too.
That individual, all who from basis. You
One woman raw.
that's it.
Well, I'd find so then yeah. Of course, press top of the list. But it's anybody something you would have so
Great
there's more go out there friends up
Sean or anything.
oh no not really she like that's her own
Was a big
in
there you
club so when I hear everything in con all the time from that do my kid brother
16 we go anger a little bit and then 50 come on at all limit dairy house is going to hold is worth deep tangles that is limit up limit is going to be the limit where the ask up price so not done trading technical in on this one to interrupt you Jim. And so,
yeah I know as well too you gotta let me earlier man oh, good yeah 2 or 3
old man
yeah.
80
yeah
birthday is one
was relatively
awesome,
for
bro.
grandma I mean hey she's good she's go out from those lines
she got
every day full fit right to swim and stuff
here
yeah.
bro
oh you gotta keep that
too
yeah
to do the exercise he I take like because he's a farm can't discipline it's non
she has you know trampoline that's someone like this thing is like, Grandma, oh my God.
For her, man.
I love that. But overall, market potential looks is nice and section are we since at 3-4 level a little bit higher seems to make but absorb the 80 level out on that one up on Google, and that's going to be 50 my next
Guys, K on you know than they were. CK 57 this year, the halt here a little bit more. Let's look and I'm running no up 2%. Whole late guy bring in above and where it is, guys. Teams play bottom that bar base nothing. We're 9 really putting in and 5 CK for me up in the right back 4-7 that will my out down now on he done 10 EM hold up emo my I'm looking at the not just sequential move if below review whatever before basements on trend up the 10 that should be the first as you guys can see added I'm going to add here is this one and I don't have in fact 75 it did 85 one up so we'll add a little we'll see okay so let's go we'll front because 90 the beak there so I had it now and what was broke vis-a-vis either and 97 EDA top of the buck seismically that's you've tech for wick for a building of given out so we do and see guys going to love in on shut out to the always if you're in gotta call outs and the reason in the chat not gonna
in the guys see I said conservative personally I'm stopped on the range over his team to break he said this is I'm going to I'm way, and I will not since I'm not for and exception.